even more top-class sport. It's the second T20 international between the West Indies and England of this 5-match series. Salt was the flavour of the night last night as England went 1-0 up thanks to Phil's magnificent 103 not out, helped England produce a record-breaking run chase. Now they have to follow it up. If they can, they'll be in a fantastic position in this 5-match series. Will they? Well, you'll find out here on talkSPORT 2. Evening, everybody. Welcome along. Cracking night last night with the first game, match number 2. Delighted to say that first and foremost, we're going to be underway on time because guess what? Yes, it has been raining in Barbados this morning and heavily, but everyone is present and correct out in the middle at the moment. The players are doing their warm-ups and the toss is about to take place, so we will be starting on time. We'll be heading down to the middle very shortly and join Ian Bishop, who is conducting the toss once again for it. In fact, it looks like everyone is just about in place, so we'll be joining Ian very shortly. Of course, England won the toss last night. That was a big one to win. Can Jos Buttler win it again? Well, we'll find out with Ian Bishop.
Another glorious evening here at Kensington Oval, and we are ready for another battle between England and the West Indies. Rodman Powell is next to me. Next to him, Jos Buttler, England's captain. Sir Richie Richardson is the match referee once again. Rodman's got the coin. Jos has won the toss once again. Jos, what are you going to do and why?
We're going to bowl first again. I thought we put in a good performance yesterday, so we'll try and do the same again.
Just a little bit of an update, if any, on Reece. How's he feeling physically and emotionally?
Yeah, he's pulled up okay. Thankfully, he's going to miss out today. Jofra Archer's going to come in for him, but doesn't look like anything too serious, which is good news.
Back-to-back games for you coming off of injury. How are you feeling?
Yeah, a bit tired, actually, and the legs is a bit soft as well, isn't it? So, yeah, but just excited to be out there again and, yeah, looking forward to another day.
Is Jofra the only change to the combination then?
Yeah, Jofra's the only change coming in for Reece.
As you look at that number 3 position again, what influences you coming in at 3, given you've got such a healthy record with Phil Salt at the top?
Yeah, I think just an opportunity to do something a little bit different. Also, I think to give Will Jacks the opportunity to open the innings is something he's done a lot in his career and done really well. So we want to see him transfer that and have the opportunity in the international game, and it just allows me to act in a different spot, something new, something exciting. So yeah, we're having a look at that balance and see how it goes.
I know you're proud of you guys from yesterday. Thank you very much and go well.
Thank you. Good luck.
Rodman, once again, you've got to set things up with the bat. How do you feel?
I think it's a case of us just doing what we have to do and do it better this time. Today provides a new opportunity for us to bat better as a team. Even though we got 180 last game, we didn't really flow as a batting group.
Any changes to your lineup for today?
Yeah, we have 3 changes. Roston Chase comes back in place of Shamron Etmire, only because Roston give us that 6 bowling option. Terence Hines make his debut today. Unfortunately, Andre Russell misses out with an ankle injury. And Shamar Joseph is out. In comes Matthew Ford.
From a batting perspective, I know you touched on it after the game yesterday. What do you want to see being done better by your batters?
I think it's a case of partnerships. If we can get good partnerships throughout our innings, it shows that you would win majority of the games. It's also try not to lose wickets in clusters. Regardless of having a strong batting lineup, if you keep losing wickets in clusters, you will always struggle.
All the best to you.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you very much there to both captains. Lovely evening, as I said before, here at Kensington Oval. Not too much wind. England have won the toss once again. They will be bowling first.
Deja vu all over again then, as someone once famously said. So, Jos Buttler wins the toss. And just like last night, he's put the West Indies into bat. England have made a change. It is Reece Topley out for Jofra Archer coming in, but fantastic news from an England point of view, with Jos Buttler actually revealing that Reece Topley has pulled up okay today, and it should be okay. So he's not playing today, but got to be honest, when we saw that last night, we did rather fear the worst. So good news from an England point of view, and 3 changes from the West Indies. Roston Chase is in for Shimron Hetmyer, purely because they need another spinner, they think. Terence Hines is in for his debut, with Andre Russell missing out due to an ankle problem, and Matt Ford in for Shamar Joseph. Right, let's get over to Barbados and join our team out there, Barry Wilkinson and Roland Butcher. But before we discuss the changes, boys, I just mentioned there, to use a technical term, it's absolutely chucked it down with rain again this morning in Barbados. We had some issues with the outfield yesterday. They basically put what looks like kitty litter down on it to try and soak up some of the moisture. How does it look today?
Well, it's overcast somewhat, but I don't think we'll have any rain immediately. Perhaps a bit later on, much like yesterday. But at the moment, I don't think that there's an imminent threat of rain. There was a lot of rain earlier today, between, I would say, 7 this morning and midday. But that has subsided. Still very overcast, but at least the chance of rain is now even more minimal than I think it would have been as early this morning.
In terms of the outfield, is it one of those that actually looks worse than it is?
No, it is
as bad as it looks.
Yeah, it is as bad as it looks. I mean, I'm very disappointed to see how this outfield is looking. There was an event here, I understand, that was held last week, and that has put a lot of patches in the outfield. Kensington outfield almost looks like a golf course at some stages you look back at. Matches being played here. England have been here for 5 times in the last 3 or 4 years, and it has never looked this bad. I'm not quite sure what has gone so wrong that the outfield is in the shape it is in, but it is not Kensington Oval that we've known it to be.
Roland, right then, 3 changes. Roston Chase is in for Shimron Hetmyer. Terence Hines in for a debut at 32 years of age. And Matt Ford, who of course we saw in the one-day international series, coming in. What do you make of those?
Yes, good afternoon. And just before that, just a little saying in relation to the outfield. It actually looks worse than it is. I was down there for an extended period, and in terms of condition, it's not bad. It's unbelievably good, actually, for the amount of rain that we've had. The area in front of us looks pretty poor, simply because of the drying agent that's been spread over a big area. So from our vantage point here, it does look terrible. But at ground level, it is difficult to actually tell that it is like that. It's not bad. Yeah, in relation to these 3 changes, I think some of them were forced. Obviously, Andre Russell apparently has an injury. Shamar Joseph obviously did not perform particularly well. And then the fact that I think West Indies have been a bowler short for most of the time. Roston Chase comes in at the expense of Shimron Hetmyer. So I think those changes were really expected. And it's probably a much more balanced side for the West Indies. And from the England point of view, obviously, with Rhys Topley out injury, what a replacement to have in someone like Jofra Archer. So
yeah.
it should be an exciting game once more.
Does it say that the fact that the West Indies feel they need another spinner, that actually they maybe slightly misread it yesterday? We know Akeal is going to bowl early on in the power play, and that basically left Moti as the only man. So the fact that they've now got Roston Chase as well just gives them that extra flexibility.
Yes, I mean, I was very surprised that Roston Chase didn't play yesterday, actually, because, he does give them that flexibility with the ball and with the bat. So he's capable of bowling his full 4 overs, and he can perform with the bat. To play Russell and Shepherd, I think, is always a gamble, both with bat and ball, and I think this is a more balanced side and the right thing for them to do in this particular game. A game really that they've got to play well and try and win, but at the same time, I think England have also done a very good thing in winning the toss, which was crucial yesterday. They've done it again today, and we'll see how things transgress.
Absolutely. And Barry, just we kind of touched on it last night. We kind of knew we were going to get there today. But Nicholas Pooran gets to 100 T20 internationals for the West Indies today. A word on his contribution.
A massive contribution for West Indies cricket. I think what separates Pooran from some of the other cricketers, like even Hetmyer, is that he's been more committed to West Indies cricket, whereas you've got so many of the other ones who have decided to play a lot of other franchises. Pooran has really stuck to playing IPL, and he's been made himself more available for West Indies. He was also captain at a time when a lot of the players decided to go and play in the PSL and play the Big Bash and playing in the other leagues around the world. he showed a little bit more commitment, and I really have much more time for Nicholas Pooran. I'm also very sympathetic towards the fact that he missed almost 3 years of competitive cricket because of what was a life-threatening accident, car accident that is. And since that car accident, the level of maturity that he's shown, he's a married man now with a lovely daughter, and he's shown that family kind of spirit that he's brought into the culture of West Indies cricket. And I've admired a lot about him. So I would have to say that 100 T20s justifies the fact that he's shown commitment, that he's matured a lot, and that he has much more in him to give to T20 50-over cricket. And who knows, now they've relaxed the rules of eligibility, he could very well play Test cricket as well.
Well, yeah, you never know. You touched on there about family. Obviously, Barbados Sunday is a huge family day. They've had all day to spend together. We're expecting the locals to come flocking out this evening because obviously it is, 4 o'clock in the afternoon start time in Barbados. So we're expecting a big one for this one.
Yeah, I think you'll get a good crowd. Right now it's only at 50%, but there's still a lot of people outside. People will come this evening. You always have you always have people like watching and listening to see what's going on to decide if I'll come down. I mean, Barbados is not like England, where you're in Worcestershire and then you can't get to Lords. Here in Barbados, you can get to Kenton and over anytime, anywhere. So you get here in 10 minutes, really. So you can listen and hear what's going on and decide, I'm going to just pop down to the Oval and see what's going on. So that's the advantage of having such a small island. But I think you'll get a good crowd. There are lots of locals who are here, and that's going to improve throughout the night. Lots of English fans too are continuing to come through, and I think we're going to have a cracker where the crowd is concerned.
And just confirm something for me, Barry. From what I'm seeing, we're literally playing on the pitch next to the one we were on yesterday. Is that right?
Yes, it is. It's to the right, more to the east of the one we were on yesterday. How it's going to play is another bone of contention. The one yesterday, and which was the same one that was played on Wednesday, in my opinion, was a bit slow to start. It got much better as the night went on. This one, I'm not quite sure. It looks really good, but that doesn't mean it will play as true as it looks. Perhaps Roland's perspective as a former player might be a bit more accurate than mine.
Brilliant. Thank you.
So I think the pitch, as you said, Barry, it looks good. I would have really thought that they would have played on the same pitch as yesterday. I thought yesterday's pitch was an excellent one, and it would have had the right amount of preparation. I mean, the pitch above, you must remember that Friday it would have been covered, played Saturday, so no preparation would have gone into it on Saturday. And so we'll have to wait and see how it plays. I suspect it will be pretty similar to yesterday, fairly slow to start with. And as the dew, etc., sets in this evening, just like yesterday, I think it will quicken up and skid onto the bat nicely.
Brilliant. Thank you very much for the time being, gentlemen. Barry Wilkinson, Roland Butcher, part of the talkSPORT 2 commentary team this evening on talkSPORT 2 and on the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Right, let's hear from the West Indian camp. And their spinner, Akeal Hosein, impressed with the ball last night, despite being on the losing side. And an hour or so ago, he spoke with our reporter, Cameron Ponsonby.
Akeal, you've had a month away from the West Indies squads. What's it like to be back?
Great feeling to be back. It's always good to be in the dressing room, chatting with the guys, buzzing around, and just enjoying my brother's camaraderie.
You've formed a great partnership with Gudakesh Moti, your other left-arm spinner. You take on the power play, he starts bowling after that. How do you find that partnership?
It's good. It's a bit tricky, having to be the first one to have a crack at it, with two guys in the power play. But with that being said, I think we're both up for the challenge. We're both open to doing whatever the team requires. And we just try and feed off each other and pass on information and try and get, what's working best on the particular day to make the team successful.
You two are batting kind of down at 9 and 10, a bit of a rivalry there. Yesterday, he got some runs. How happy were you for him, or were you a bit annoyed thinking he might leap ahead of you in the order?
Oh, no. Very, very happy. If you can replay and you can have a view at the dressing room, I'm probably the loudest one cheering him on. And that's one thing we try to include in our culture going forward. We want to be happy for our brothers. And that's the only way to start creating that positive energy in the room. So, I have to take a few pointers from him. He told me in the one days against Sri Lanka and T20s as well what his mindset was. So, I have to take a page out of his book now.
You're a very modern bowler, kind of specialising in the power play, swinging the ball as much as spinning it. Can you give us a bit of an insight about how you go about strategising to bowl against these kind of international openers?
I think it's what's working best on the day. You know, when you look at the surface, when you look at the opposition, some guys may find it a little more difficult against the swinging ball. Some guys may find it a little difficult against spinning ball. So it's just about doing your homework and trying to stay one step ahead of the batter.
Fascinating stuff that. Akeal Hosein in conversation with Cameron Ponsonby an hour or so ago. Real intelligent thinking cricketer Akeal Hosein, and you can see why he does such a good job at the top of the order. We are 15 minutes away from first ball in the second T20 international. England have won the toss once again. They have put the West Indies into bat once again. Can they win once again? You'll find out here on talkSPORT 2.
International T20 cricket live. The West Indies versus England on talkSPORT 2. Run and every wicket. International T20 cricket live. The West Indies versus England. Driven and caught. What a catch! On talkSPORT 2.
Very good Sunday evening to you. It is talkSPORT 2. It is the international cricket once again, second T20 international. England have won the toss. They put the West Indies in. One change for England today. Reece Topley is missing out, as we suspected when he left the field last night. The good news that we were told by Jos Buttler at the toss a few moments ago is that Reece Topley has pulled up okay. So he's not playing today, but looks okay. So Jofra Archer is in for England. West Indies made 3 changes with Roston Chase, Terence Hines and Matt Ford coming in for Hetmeyer. Andre Russell's got an ankle problem, and Shamar Joseph are the men to miss out. So those are the teams and the toss. Let's get a check on the latest odds with our friends at William Hill.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
And Lee Phelps is the man with us this evening to take us through all of the various markets available to you on this game.
Yeah, very tight again. I mean, you've barely been able to separate these two sides, and so the series has been, if you combine the one-dayers and the T20s. It's such a seesaw series, isn't it? So if it's going to plan, then the West Indies should win tonight, but we know that's not quite how sport works. I think I think the bowling attack looked muted, last night, and I think England took full advantage of that. It's interesting to see that, everyone seems to want to chase, don't they? Everyone wants to put their opponents in and then know what they've got to chase down. I must say, Phil Salt was fantastic, wasn't he? I think we talked last night about him being a great bet for England top run scorer. I think, in fact, one of the enhanced odds was England to win, Salt to be top scorer as well. Fantastic knock. I mean, probably a bit slower than he's used to, but I wouldn't be against putting him in that bracket again as top run scorer for England here. I just think he's fantastic. For the West Indies, look, Nicholas Pooran was the best of the lot, wasn't he? I mean, 38 as top scorer. He's not the best in the world, but it's his 100th T20, so maybe he can do something special. And as usual with the ball, you've always got to look at Adil Rashid. I mean, his strike rate is just under 20 in T20s. Against the West Indies, that goes down to 12. So, he's obviously, he likes the opposition. He likes the conditions as well. The odds, even money for West Indies. England slight favourites at 4-5. Few enhanced odds. Josh Butler over 2-4s and Phil Salt over 1-6 in their innings. That's been enhanced from 12-5 to 14-5. So you don't need to any particular scores. They just need to hit over 2-4s for Butler and over 1-6 for Salt, and you land 14-5 there. And England to win. England most sixes, and England to have the highest run scorer as well, enhanced from 4-1 to 5-1. But loads of markets. Really looking forward to listening to this one.
Lee, just out of interest, what's the West Indies innings total being posted at? Because we kept saying yesterday, par score, batting first on this ground is 154. The West Indies were made 182 and still lost at a canter. So when Rothman Powell said at the toss, we've got to go even more, I'm just wondering, what are we pitching the West Indies innings at today? What do the punters feel they can put on the board?
Yeah, I'm just looking at that actually now. I'm just scrolling down to see what the... We've got total match sixes, total match fours. We're just in between switching it over from being pre-match to in play. So maybe once it goes in play, I would check that out. Obviously, all these markets run in play, and you'll be able to back them all the way through. But I think as it's in between, like I say, moving from... Oh, hang on, no, they've just put it back up. Total runs, the spread over 160.5 is odds on at 7-20. Under 160.5 is 2-1. Over 175.5 is 5-6. If you want to go big, over 190.5 is the first really kind of decent price that you're starting to find with the West Indies. But yeah, it's been pitched around the 175, 176 mark at the moment. So interesting to see how they get on with that.
Lee, thank you so much for that, and particularly with that want to throw you out that one short notice. The latest odds today with William Hill. It is over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org.
In the Zone on talkSPORT 2 with William Hill. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Well, in England's win yesterday, Saqib Mahmood took his best figures in T20 internationals, 4 for 34. He earlier on spoke with our reporter Cameron Ponsonby as well.
Saqib, you've had kind of a horrible couple of years with injuries, but the last few months have been fantastic from a personal point of view. Just how happy are you feeling with your cricket at the moment?
Yeah, look, it's nice. I think obviously when you're playing, you don't necessarily take it all in. You just sort of go from one game to the other. But I think just being able to play cricket again and all of that, when I get a chance, I do try and take it all in. And yesterday was a good day, adding to all of that. Yeah.
What's it like to be back here in Barbados, where you made your Test debut? It feels like a kind of quite romantic place to be back again to make your kind of second England return, as it were.
Yeah, look, obviously I love Barbados. Some of the boys have been making a few jokes inside, hence why I've just got a bit of a smirk on my face. Now, what
are the jokes about? What are we laughing at you about?
I'm not saying it because it's going to end up as a headline, and then I'll get ripped even more. So, I obviously enjoy it. I came out here early before the tour as well, just to start training out here. I think it's a great island. The people are amazing, and the cricket, you see the crowd yesterday, it was a great atmosphere, so hopefully we can have more of that today.
Am I right in saying you've kind of stayed with Joffa here in the past and kind of done some training on the island just of your own accord?
Yeah, that was a couple of years ago when we were both sort of rehabbing. It was December time, there was nothing available in England, and I obviously had to keep bowling, so yeah, me and Joffa, we sort of stayed together in Airbnb out here and trained here at Kensington, which was amazing. So I've been here a fair few times now.
And I remember last year Joffa snuck in a secret club cricket match whilst he was here, which ECB didn't technically know about. Did you happen to get tapped up at all yourself whilst you're over here?
I actually nearly played for Wildy, but it wasn't a secret. I asked the question first if I could play, just because I haven't played any 50-over cricket for so long. So I thought, with the 5 ODIs in England and not playing, I didn't have any sort of miles in my legs in that sense. So I was wondering if I could play for Wildy, but it turns out the format was over 2 weekends instead of a 50-over game, so I didn't bother because we were obviously travelling to Antigua while the second weekend would have been there. But nearly did.
Fascinating stuff. Saqib Mahmood talking to Cameron Ponsonby earlier on. Delighted to say that Jarrod, Kimber and Alex Tudor alongside myself, Andrew McKenna, in the box at the moment once again. Tudes, before we just reflect on Saqib there and a really good performance last night, let's go back a little bit further, and the really good news, and I keep mentioning this for people joining us all the time, Josh Butler confirming that actually Reece Topley has pulled it pretty well overnight, and although he's not playing, that knee problem from yesterday doesn't look too serious. Praise be for that, because we were concerned this time last night, weren't we?
Yeah, good evening everyone. Yeah, 100% Macca. When I went back to my room last night, all I could think about was poor old Reece yesterday. You know, all the stress and troubles that he's been through. And I was delighted to hear those news that the skipper said that he's okay. He won't play this game, but he's okay. I know he would have been, you know, we saw him tear up that plastic chair yesterday, and anyone who has any thought would have known that was just pure frustration for all the years that he's worked so hard to get back fit, get back in the England side, and then he's ravaged from injury. It wasn't great, but fantastic news, a positive, and hopefully, you know, with this extra day of rest, he's got 3 days after this game. He goes again, hopefully on Thursday, if selected, and he can show everyone what he can do.
And I've got some good news as well. Apparently the chair's doing fine.
Oh, excellent.
It's been retired, but it had been overworked anyway, Tudes.
But Mrs. Tudor had a cracking night last night. If all you could think about was restop. Anyway,
I've got a lot of things to tell you.
Let's move very swiftly on. Phil Salt. Oh, my days. What an incredible innings. Third 100, third against the West Indies. He just loves it in Barbados, and obviously with his historical thing. Look, we know some players have a connection to a ground and play well there, but it's normally one of your own home grounds, isn't it? It's not like an away venue. I know it's not a proper away venue for him, but you know what I mean. Barbados and Phil Salt just equals runs.
It does. It's somewhere he's familiar with. Obviously, he spent time in Barbados. He loves the place. He loves the ground. But to be fair, Mac, I've seen him be more brutal, and that's harsh with someone who scored 100, in so little time yesterday. I've seen him be a lot more brutal. The seam bowling from the West Indies yesterday was average at best, and he didn't have to do too much. He didn't have to overhit. Sometimes with Phil Salt, you can see him sort of trying to overhit the ball. He had a really good base foundation. His areas sort of anywhere from sort of long on to deep mid-wicket, deep square, the leg side, that's where he targets. But he just looked composed. He didn't look flustered at all. He got fed some rubbish and he absolutely destroyed it. And that will give him the world of confidence going on today, and as you say, going on in this series. And it sort of makes that decision to drop skipper Butler down to 3, because I'm sure myself and others would have said, look, you have your best player in T20 cricket facing more deliveries. That's my view. I'm sure Mr. Kimber will say something completely different and throw some stats at me, but I think that makes that decision well deserved. And as you say, I think now England will want to see young Jacks get some runs, because we know the talent that he has.
So, Jarrod, in terms of the West Indies, they've made these 3 changes. Bringing in Roston Chase as a spinner, bringing in Terence Hines as an all-rounder, and Matt Ford for Alzari Joseph. They're all pretty much, there seem to be 3 changes that will affect the second half of the game. So do we expect them to just go out and do more of the same, if you like, with the bat?
It strengthens their batting. Terence Hines can actually bat a little bit. So, we saw Moti the other day. They go down the order with their batting a little bit now. So, and I think this gives them one more sensible batter in the order. And I know, to be fair, Hetmeyer made the duck, but gives them a little bit more flexibility with the ball later on and everything else. But it does make them a lot slower. Andre Russell and Romario Shepherd, I think, are both quicker than Terence Hines and Matthew Ford. So if there isn't anything in the surface, and yesterday in the second innings there wasn't anything in the surface, there wasn't much in the first innings, but at least in the first innings it was a little bit sticky, and you could do something. I worry about them a little bit, but if they bat better than yesterday, they'll put themselves in a good position. It was. I think a lot of things went in England's favour yesterday, but the biggest one was, you look at that scorecard, and outside of maybe about 2 overs of Moti, West Indies had 1 bowler. And it's very hard to win a game with 1 bowler. In fact, as an analyst, Mac, that's one of the first things I say is, can we have multiple bowlers? Maybe 2? Can we think of 3?
I can see why you get paid the big bucks now. We've had an official word, by the way, from Cricket West Indies about Andre Russell. We were told at the toss he picked up a bit of an ankle knock. What they've said is he sustained an ankle injury and will be assessed over the coming days by their medical staff. So that sounds a bit more serious than just a bit of a rolled ankle. But look, we'll see.
He's got no... What is it? Synoid fluid in his knees anymore?
Yeah.
There's not much working in him. I don't know. if you've ever been close up to him, Macca, but like watching him stretch and everything, like it's a bit like listening to a tanker move. Like he's just so big and strong in every different part of his body, and he's not a very flexible person.
Right, Gregory Brathwaite is the standing umpire, and he said, let's play. And Jofra Archer is going to bowl the first ball, coming in from the 3Ws ends, and that was quick. And it went off the seam down the leg side. Umpire stretches his arms out and calls it wide. But that's one of those, in a weird way, that actually the bowler might not be too disappointed at, because it's not the world's worst loosener, that has nipped. It's pitched well outside of off stump and has gone a foot down leg.
Yeah, it's nipped, it had bounce, it had pace. And King's thinking, oh, I hope that's not going into my ribs.
That's a proper tickler coming there. Where is Archer going to be this time? Slip in place. In ducker, the swing there. Takes the pad, I think, out to Pooran at mid-wicket. They will take one. And as I'm not seeing a signal from the umpire yet, I'm going to assume that's a leg by, because they don't... Oh, no, they've given it as a run to Brandon King.
I think he might have got a little bit of inside edge onto that on the way in. But always what you're looking for, first 2 balls of a T20. Basically an off-spinner at 140 Ks. And then the next ball just swinging violently back into your pads late.
What was it Ted Lowe said in that snooker 147 break? Was it Cliff Thorman? Good luck, mate, as he took the final black. I think it's one of those. Double change, by the way, in terms of the umpires today. Dayton Butler and Greg Brathwaite are standing. They were 3rd umpire and 4th umpire, respectively. So they're on duty. And now Evan Lewis is going to get his first one from Jofra Archer, and that's gone off the seam and has gone away from the left-hander. Archer around the wicket straight away to the lefty Evan Lewis. And it was wide enough for him to leave and then seemed further away.
Yeah, there's definitely movement. There's definitely shape, a little bit of swing. Nip on this pitch. Keep the seamers, the skipper and the keeper all interested. Batter's going to have to be watchful to start with.
Jerusalem rings around Bridgetown. And Archer is on his way in once again. Edged wide of slip. Well, I think in the end he was actually trying to take his bat away from that. It was sort of guiding it to 4th slip gully kind of region. Lewis is off the mark with a boundary. West Indies are 6 without loss. I mean, that was quick and bouncy. And he's run that off of the edge of the bat. He then lifted it high as if to say, I'm leaving it. By which point it had already kissed the surface and gone away for a boundary.
Yeah, Test match cricket, he gone, 3rd slip. T20 is 4. And Jofra, he has a massive smile on his face. He's like, well, there's not much you could do about that, is there? Check the book.
It was quick, that. That was quick. West Indies 6 without loss. Halfway through the first over here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. In goes Archer. Lewis is behind this one. Brandon King's got absolutely no intent of getting down the other end of that one. And again, there was a little bit of shape on that one late. 6 without loss it remains.
It's saying 138 kilometres, but from Brandon King's quick no there, he might have been in 140s.
Well, best way of playing fast bowling is at the other end.
Absolutely. I mean, to be fair, the best way of batting generally is at the other end, isn't it?
I don't know. T20 cricket, they just stand and deliver, isn't it?
Yep. Stand there and swing from the hip. All right. We're waiting for Evan Lewis to get settled. Now he is. And Jofra Archer can come in for the 5th legal ball of the over. And that's an absolute beauty. Swinging away again. A little bit of grip off the seam as well. Takes it past the outside edge. And Phil Salt has got the best view in the house at the moment. Standing behind the batter for this one. That is, I mean, how'd you play that?
It's just proper fast bowling. I love watching this kid, but I've never met him. But we converse on social media. Like when he was going through his tough times, I sent messages out and he replies and stuff like that. He just makes fast bowling look so easy. And I know it's not. My body will tell you that. The operations I've had will also tell you that. And just an easy approach that he has, and then to express the pace that he has, it's just ridiculous.
He's coming in for the final time this over. Around the wicket, it's quick again. Wider outside of off stump. And Evan Lewis has said, you know what, there's not much good going to come out of me playing at that one. so he's going to leave it through to Phil Salt. First over is completed, 6 without loss. Lewis 4 from the 5 balls he's faced. Brandon King a single off of the 1 ball. These two, Brandon King made 3 from 5 balls before he was caught at short cover off the bowling of Saqib by Jamie Overton last night. Evan Lewis 13 from 10 before he was caught at deep square leg by Jacob Bethel off the bowling of Saqib. So these two with work to do. Alex Tudor.
I just want to sort of just go back to Jofra again, because I spoke about yesterday about West Indies with their bowlers. There's no repeatable action. That's why they were serving up deliveries that, for me, they didn't really know what they're trying to do. The impressive thing about Archer is that, yes, he bowls at extreme pace, but it's the control he has as well, Macca. And he has a repeatable action. It's the same after same, nice high action, nice release point. And just that control's really impressive.
Saqib Mahmood, fresh from 4 for 34 yesterday, will set the second over, and that is full, straight, going for sort of Yorker length, see if there's any swing. And Brandon King will hit it to Joss Butler at mid-on, and there is no run. I mean, I'm hoping, and I'm touching every bit of wood I can find as I say this, but the indications are, actually I think this might be for Micah.
That's what I wasn't sure it was wood.
That Jofra Archer is through the worst of this. I got Gary Morgan, our statsman, during the one-day international series, because Jofra played all 3 ODIs, and Gary told me, I'll give you this stat in a minute, as Mahmood is in, bowls right arm over. Oh, Brandon King's hit this straight up in the air. It's going to go about 60 metres up and about 30 metres long, and Liam Livingstone will take the catch. Saqib Mahmood cannot stop taking wickets at the moment. He's got his first with his second ball. Brandon King saw it was up there and thought, if it's up, it's off. And he's just put it into the stratosphere. Liam Livingstone takes the catch. West Indies 6 for 1.
It's full in delivery, as you say, Macca. He's thinking, like, eyes are lit up. I'm going to hit that back over your head. But it had a little bit of a scrambled seam as it went down. And when it hit the wicket, it just moved away. He was trying to hit it sort of to long on, and it's just got a thick outside edge portion of the bat, and it's gone right up in the air. Liam Livingstone's under it. He's got a great pair of hands, just running back. High, nice catch. Brandon King has to go for 1. West Indies 6 for 1.
He hit it. Look, what is it, the sponsor here, the Apex? I'd like to see what the apex of that was, because that went 120 metres, even if it was 60 up and 60 back down again. But you're right, just that little bit of movement, I think, there got him. We're just seeing a little bit more seam movement on this wicket than we are used to. And Jofra got the ball to drastically move away, but with Saqib, it was just that little bit and caused the error. But again, New Zealand, who's this team? West Indies. New Zealand played well today, actually, Mac. We'll talk about that later. They defended like 107.
They did indeed, to share the series.
Wait, Glenn Phillips bowled the last over. Anyway, but again, we see West Indies get in trouble early on.
Nicholas Pooran strides out, becoming the second West Indian to get to 100 T20 internationals. There'll be no surprises that it's Kieran Pollard who was the first man there. So Pooran becomes number 2, and he strides to the middle. Made 38 from 29 balls yesterday and comes in with the score at 6 for 1. First wicket went down at 11 yesterday, so England have made a slightly earlier breakthrough, and in goes Saqib. Now that swung big down the leg side and will go away for 4 wides. It started on leg stump, and I might be being generous, it might have started outside of leg stump, but then it swung big time, and Phil Salt, he put a dive in. To be honest, I think the dive was for a show as much as anything else, because he wasn't getting anywhere near that.
The seam presentation from Saqib Mahmood there was beautiful. Well, he forgot he was back bowling to the left-hander. Beautiful delivery to a right-handed batsman. So as you said, Mako, it just sort of pitched on line and just carried on. The seam was beautiful, but to the wrong batsman.
Looks like he's going to bowl an away swinger to the left-handed Pooran, judging by where it is in his hands this time, and he goes across the lefty. Pooran has a big switch. Oh, that's called wide. Okay. Dayton Butler has stretched his arms out that one. Saqib is walking back slightly quizzically. 12 for 1, the West Indies.
12 for 1 with 7 wides?
Yeah.
It's a lot of wides.
Yes.
I think what happened with that other one, Jude, is he was... I don't know how to explain this one, but he was because he bowled a wobble ball first ball. The next ball, he came in and he bowled the swinger. And I think he's bowled the sort of line he would bowl for the wobble ball to go sort of across the batter. And then once it started to swing, it just got out of control. The reason I'm not sure is that one, there was a wobble ball and that was really wide. So now I'm not sure what he's trying to do.
England have put a deep backward point on the boundary on the offside. In-swinger on that occasion, little inside edge on the Pooran bat onto his own pad. They will take a single, 13 for 1, the West Indies.
But what I think he's trying to do, and I've seen him do this once, I think I saw him do this in a 100 game earlier this year, or whenever it was the last time I remember watching him. He tries to go swinger, wobble ball, swinger, wobble ball. And it's a really hard skill to get because, a lot of bowlers who were swing bowlers go to the wobble ball and they can never go back. Like, you look at Sam Curran. Virtually doesn't swing it anymore, right? Mitchell Stark is another one. But Saqib has the skill to be able to do it. But one goes dead straight, and the other one you have to think about the swing. So it's not as easy to go between them from ball to ball, but he's very good at doing it.
Evan Lewis now on strike to Saqib. In, hits on the pad. Saqib wants an LBW. Umpire's got no interest in that one. Height probably is the issue. Saqib is about the only one. He's looking around for some support from his fielding teammates. Salt's turned his back and he's making his way towards his mark. Joss Butler's already given up that one. Okay, you're not going to get any support there, Saqib, but it was a nice delivery. Good shape. I mean, it's hit him above the knee roll, so it's going to be going over the top. But actually, in terms of the shape of the delivery, 10 out of 10.
The ball is talking. The ball is talking. As you say, in T20 cricket, it normally lasts for 2-3 overs. But this ball, it looks like it's going to do it for a lot longer.
Make the most of it while it is. Saqib then to Pooran. He's gone full, he's down the leg side. That'll get called wide. Didn't brush the pad on the way through, so we're going to be looking at a 9 ball over here.
9 extras, 6 runs off the bat.
15 for 1.
Listen, This was not my forte, swing bowling, but when it does this, you get so excited as a bowler. You get so excited. You're thinking, I'm just going to go away. I'm going to go in. Just got to get your line. Just get the line right. As you said, with the wrist is really important.
And it's doing it at a good pace as well. Sort of 85 miles an hour is basically what Saqib is bowling here. He's in once again. And from the crease, it's punched into the offside by Pooran. And there's no run. We've now had 5 legitimate deliveries this over. 1 for 8.
Mac, and I think the important thing, and hopefully they've learnt from yesterday, West Indies, is that you've got to give yourself time. You can always catch up with the back end. They're very powerful hitters of a cricket ball, hit more sixes than any other team. And I just think you just listen, assess the situation. The ball is talking. You've got Archer and Saqib with their tail up. You might have to see it off and then go at the others.
Still got a slip in place, England, as Mahmood is coming in, goes full again. Now that brushes off the pad on the way through. It's a half appeal from Saqib. Oh, hang on. No. Umpire's called wide. That's brushed off the pad, sir.
I think his bat might have hit the pad, or at least that's what the umpire might have thought. But also, we've just got to end this over, man. We've just got to end this over. Like, I'm with you. Get the correct decisions, but not always.
I don't like bringing it up, but it's like, it could be a Scotty Boswell over in a minute.
Oh, no, I was there that day. Please don't. That was horrible. Oh, no, do you know what? He's missed it.
He might have missed it, yeah. He might have. You might be right.
It didn't brush anything on the way through.
There were 2 noises on the way through, though, so, the umpire had an out.
Right, well, let's try for the next time. Saqib is in. That is a beauty. Homing in towards the base of off stump. He's definitely allowed for any swing, and the throw from mid-on goes in all the way to the keeper's end and clatters into the stumps. Thankfully, there's no extra runs. So 2 overs are finally completed. It's been eventful so far. The West Indies are 16 for 1 after those 2 with 10 extras. Lewis has got 4, Pooran 1, Brandon King, the man, dismissed for a single from 3 deliveries. England are on their way. Right, about an hour ago, I started a point about Jofra Archer, and unfortunately that last over took over. So the point I was going to make was, hopefully Jofra is through the worst of the injury problems, because I got Gary Morgan, our statsman, to have a look at it. He played all 3 one-day internationals. The last time Jofra Archer played 3 consecutive one-day internationals was in 2020 against Australia during the COVID time. So they've had to manage his body and pick and choose since. They gave him 3 one-dayers in a row. Hopefully this is a good sign. Archer to start a new over. Good news, folks, it's still swinging. It's outside of Evan Lewis's off stump and swinging further away, no run.
And I think credit's got to go to Rob Key and the people that are monitoring and taking care of him. You know how important he is, and I know everyone talks about, listen, you can't think too far ahead, because obviously as an Englishman you're always thinking ashes, you know, with him, and you're just thinking, listen, you know, if he's ready, let him go. But they've managed him really well, so hats off to them.
Archer is on his way once again. Past umpire Brathwaite. It's pulled waist height to deep backward square, and there's nobody within 15 metres or so of that one, and that one will go away for a boundary. West Indies go to 20 for 1, second 4 of the innings. Lewis has got both of them. He's 8 from 8. Archer 0 for 10 from the 8 deliveries he's sent down.
Yeah, he just got his line wrong there. As you said, you've seen prodigious movement so far in his first couple of overs, and he's most probably looked for the magic ball there. Just started a little bit too straight. It didn't have the same movement. And Evan Lewis is not going to miss out on that. Good shot.
Well, the first one might have been slightly involuntary, the boundary. Nothing wrong with that one. Archer gathers himself, sets off, and bowls edge, caught behind by Phil Salt. Now that was a beauty. And Jofra Archer bounces and jumps high in the air in celebration. That's a ripper of a delivery. That's a proper fast bowler's wicket. It got big on Evan Lewis. It's taken him high up. If it's not the shoulder of the bat, it's the gloves. It's that high up in a T20 game. It climbed big. And Salt takes the catch in front of first slip. And Jofra Archer loves that. West Indies 20 for 2 halfway through the third.
Macca, there's not much you can do about that as a left-hander. The angle that's coming into you, so you have to play it. Then it seams and goes away with bounce, with pace. And Evan Lewis nicks it to Phil Salt. It's a fantastic delivery, as you say. He just had to get his line right from the ball before, where he just strayed in his line. He went down to sort of fine leg. He got everything about that right. Just the angle, the line, the length, the pace, everything was absolutely excellent. I mean, it's a dangerous. You just think of Stuart Broad and his pomp coming around the wicket against left-handers. It's an absolute nightmare.
I feel a little bit like it came off almost like tennis ball-y to you.
Yeah, 100%. It was like we heard the nick, didn't we?
It wasn't
saw
like a Joel Garner. I know it's from the Joel Garner end. It wasn't like a Joel Garner back of the length ball, was it? It just looked a little bit slow motion, but it just kept steepling on it.
It's just like I was just watching the replay here. It's just like, yeah, maybe was it glove?
I think it was glove.
That took the pace off it, because obviously if it was the edge of the bat, it was going to fly through. Yeah, I just feel it's sort of the bottom hand, but like the handle, like that's what I think it hit.
He did drop his hands late, so maybe he was trying to leave it, and that made it look like it was even higher than it was. But it was a good ball. It was kind of like a rodeo ball. You know, you got to ride it. Unfortunately, he started to ride it and then decided it wasn't for him.
Roston Chase is the man in at 4. He's replaced Shimron Hetmeyer in the side. Hetmeyer batted 4 yesterday, and it is a straight swap, so Chase is in. Now, his record is averaging 26 with a highest of 67, and the strike rate is 121, so you wouldn't necessarily think he's the man to be batting at 4. But here is Jofra Archer, and it's guided over slip. No! Brilliant attempt. England have gone with a 2-slip policy, with Jacks joining Overton, and Jamie Overton is a living member of the land of the Giants, and if he can't reach it, it tells you it's high.
I can tell you one thing, Roston Chase doesn't like pace. He doesn't like balls up and at him. He's a tall batter. And again, another rodeo ball. He had to ride it, and he tried to be fair to Roston Chase, and he's ended up almost stroking that when he's off the ground, off the middle of the bat to first slip.
It's like it's slid off the face. It's not like a nick. It's like run off the face, like when the coach is getting you ready at the beginning. It's like fielding practice.
2 slips in place. That one's gone for 4. Archer is in. He's got his tail up now. This is going to be guided down to Saqib, who is third by Roston Chase. England, by the way, they've got 2 slips and a leg gully. Joss Butler is fielding for Jofra Archer at leg gully in a helmet. Because let's face it, it's that quick. If it gets fended down the leg side, you are not going to get much time to react to it. England are you don't often see this kind of attacking in T20 cricket, but the way these two are bowling at the moment, hell yeah, why not?
And Macca, I love this as a fella bowler. You know, obviously T20 cricket, people want to see the ball just going all over the place. This is proper fast bowling here. This is lovely to watch and comment on.
Jude's favourite phrase, it's a batter's game. Not tonight, it's not. Archer around the wicket. Oh my goodness, Pooran has tried to flick this one, and he's got a leading edge up into the grill of his own helmet. It rattles around and then drops on the floor. He's all right. Josh Butler's just tapped him on the shoulder as he walks past him at the end of the third over and went, "You enjoying this?"
I think that's probably saved him from being out there, Judes, because I think that was going straight up in the air, wasn't it? Because he flicked it from right underneath him, and I think it was going up. Maybe Phil Salt would have had to go back 10 or 15 metres, but I don't think it was one that was flying to fine leg. And he had no idea with that Pooran, did he? He was just trying to flick it away, and next thing you know, it was hitting him.
One thing I know, buddy, is that Archer's thinking 4 overs not enough. This ball is doing all sorts. I reckon he feels like if he was playing in a test match, he's bowling a spell here, let me tell you. You try and take the ball out of his hand, it is doing all sorts. And sometimes it's good to see, as I said, you know, for too long, sometimes we throw out world-class player. Listen, you have to test yourself against the world's best. Archer is definitely one of those. And Saqib has got his tail up, obviously coming off 4 wickets last night. He's got a wicket already. You have to be watchful. You have to be watchful.
And there has to be a contest, a genuine contest between bat and ball. And at the moment, we've got one. Roston Chase to start the 4th over. 5 not out from 2 deliveries. Pooran's got a single from 4. The West Indies are 25 for 2 after 3 overs. We're about to start the 4th, and here's Saqib. On his way into the right-handed chase. It's full and straight, inside edged onto his pad, rolls out on the leg side. There will be no run. Well, they say that in this form of the game, every ball is an event. It genuinely is at the moment. This really is. Something happening every delivery. And Jarrod was absolutely right on that. We've just seen the replay again. Pooran got a massive great piece of that one off the leading edge, and it clattered into the grill of his helmet that saved it, just spooning up in the air. Saqib running into bowl. Bit of width on that one. Lovely shot. Oh boy, Roston Chase. Extra cover drive all along the floor. Hits the boundary foam. West Indies are 29 for 2. I said it might have been a slight surprise seeing him going out and batting at number 4 in this form of the game. Not if you can play shots like that.
Yeah, it's a great shot. It's a full ball. You know, an international batter is not going to miss out on that. It had good shape, just a wrong line, wrong length, and he jumped on it. It's a good shot, but he shouldn't be missing out on that. It's just wide of mid-off. Can't be missing out on those.
Yeah. Right, so Keith's just throwing the ball to the umpire. Just, I think, to maybe get some muck off it, because it went through with the wet part of where it was wet and had to be treated yesterday. And they like to get the umpires to remove any muck nowadays, so they can't be accused of anything as Saqib goes in. Again, it's still swinging a little bit of shape on that occasion, away from the right-handed chase, pushes into the cover, and there's no run. So we're halfway through the 4th over, and it's still doing a bit. Not quite as much as it was, but it's, hey, as they always say, you only need to swing it, 3 or 4 centimetres, because that's the difference between the middle of the bat and the edge. If you're hooping it 1.5 metres, it's pointless.
100%. As you say, you just don't want it to go down my dad would say, a pipe. When it's just straight, you can just stand and deliver. Test of your technique.
Saqib is in, still shape on that delivery. Oh, Sam Curran's got completely beaten at extra cover, and Roston Chase is going to pick up 4 more. Now, I don't know if there was a bad bounce. Sam Curran went down on one knee and seemed to look one side of his body, and the ball seemed to go on the other side. I don't know quite what happened. We'll need a replay on that one. But again, another swinging delivery, an outswinger to the right-handed chase, and he just leans into another drive. And Sam Curran just got flat out done.
It's like it not like span past him, but it's obviously moved because he's gone down, as you say, he's got the old long barrier out. It's made him look a little bit silly.
Saqib is in. Oh, he's gone fuller and wider, and that one may be called wide. Yes, it is. Roston Chase had a big old swish at that one, but couldn't pull it in. Fuller and wider from Saqib. 1 for 18 he's got now. West Indies 34 for 2.
Yeah, just got a little slingy in his action there, so it just went from quite early, so that's why it was quite a wide delivery. Just needs to stand a little bit taller. Yes, he is a little bit skiddier and a little bit lower in the arm, but that one he was really trying to swing that one. It just went a little bit too early from the wrist.
Saqib to bowl it again. Gone straighter, but this one goes down the leg side. England have wide troubles this evening. 35 for 2, the West Indies. 4 balls of the 4th over gone. And 12 extras, 11 wides.
Yeah, it's just controlling this white ball. Obviously, they're not used to it, Macca. As you say, first over it does a little bit, and then that's it, and then the ball goes all over the place in stands. But it's swinging, and it's still swinging, which is great for an ex-bowler to see.
Only one slip in place as Saqib goes in this time. Straight takes Roston Chase on the back leg. Appeals given out LBW. Roston Chase is wandering down to have a chat with Nicholas Pooran, and he's saying, well, it hit me almost on the back thigh. So they are sending this one upstairs. They're going to check it for height.
Not sure Pooran was completely on board there.
It was funny, right? So Roston Chase is quite a tall guy, so he's gone, it's hit me at the top of my pad roll.
Director, we have a player review for LBW. The original decision is out. I've checked the bowler's feet. It's a fair delivery. Can you move on to front on, please?
And Nicholas Pooran's just looked at the stumps to see the height.
Yeah.
Like, let's not bang on, you're quite tall. Not sure.
Well, it's pitched.
Oh, it's
hit
him
doesn't
so
appear
far
to be
back.
any bat.
Yeah,
However, I need
back.
Ultra Edge to
It's got to be
confirm.
clipping, doesn't it, Macca? The bails?
That's for me
Ultra
is
Edge coming up.
going to be good. We're still checking whether he's hit it.
Between
and
bat
he's
and ball,
not.
a flat line on Ultra Edge.
He's tall.
There's no bat involved.
So it takes just
Can
the
you move on to
very
ball
top
tracking when
part of the
available, please?
knee roll where it joins the flap.
I think this is a good review. It might just be clipping and it might not matter, but I think that's a decent review. I thought it was high originally.
Don't forget, given out, so it's got to be fully missing for it to be overturned. Now
That's
we're going to get
ball
ball tracking.
Original decision out. Pitching outside off. Impact in line. Wickets, umpire's call. Can you go back on field to Dighton?
That couldn't hit any less.
Dighton, you can stay with your original out decision. You are on screen, make your signal.
It was just umpire's call on the bails. It looked like the ball was going over, but it was just flicking the top.
My apologies, yes. Wow. The graphic made it look like it was missing, but it was the featherest.
Well, the graphic and also the umpire, third umpire then, I know you've got your list of third umpires. He didn't.
Leslie Reefer.
Leslie Reefer didn't sell the wicket there, gentlemen. He didn't say, it's out. He just sort of, it was very matter of fact. So Rodman Powell coming out, goes good ball, straight, and I think Saqib Mahmood hasn't got the same sort of tennis ball bounce that we've seen from Jofra Archer. Obviously, very different kinds of bowlers, a lot skiddier, and that's probably just saved him there, Judes, because if you hit Roston Chase that far above the knee roll, more often than not, it isn't hitting the stumps.
I mean, he can count himself unlucky. As you said, I reckon it was a good review because, height would have been an issue, but as you say, it's that important. Umpire's call.
The West Indies were 18 for 3 yesterday. They were 18 for 2. It became 18 for 3 the very next ball. And they are 3 down inside the power play again today. Of course, they went on to post 182 for 9, so it doesn't automatically mean that they are out with the washing, but if England can continue to take wickets. Right, Rovman Powell, the skipper, is the new man. England have gone straight back in with the second slip for him. Rovman Powell made 18 yesterday from 10 deliveries. In goes Saqib, and that swings again further away from the right-hander. He has a swish, it goes over the top of the bat, through to Phil Salt. 4 overs are in the book. This is crazy cricket. 35 for 3. Rodman Powell has faced just that one ball. Nicholas Pooran's at the other end has been watching all of this. He's faced only 4 balls and got a single. King for 1, Lewis for 8, Chase 13 from 7. The West Indies 35 for 3.
I think Nicholas Pooran's happy that he's only faced 4 deliveries while this ball's still talking. I reckon he needs someone to cause some damage to the ball so it does stop swinging, because these seamers are going to keep coming at them.
Do you know, him and Hetmeyer are actually very good at getting off strike when they need to. Like, you watch them sometimes, and it's probably almost the next evolution on from the sort of Kyron Pollard, Andre Russell, Chris Gale type of batters.
2 slips and a short leg in place as Archer goes in around the wicket to the left-handed Pooran, takes him on the pad, and Overton will go all the way down to fine leg to try and stop it and can't. Phil Salt, it was almost like this pair of them were having a sprint race. It was like Usain Bolt and another sprinter, because I've gone completely blank. I got halfway through that sentence and then thought I've got nowhere to go.
Noah Lyles.
That'll do. Noah Lyles.
It's so slow, this outfield, that they could chase it. I think Jamie Overton made a mistake here, thinking that he's quicker than Phil Salt, even in pads on. Also, I'm not sure the big man is the one who should be diving, Jude.
Well, especially when he's had a shoulder injury. And actually, as he turned to sit up, he did just feel his right shoulder. I'm like, just take it easy, fella.
Yeah, Gareth Batty is currently pulling what hair he's got left out. Evening, Bats, how are you doing? Archer in once again, swing and a miss from Pooran. That's a horrible, horrible hoik. He was aiming that over square leg. It's beaten him on the outside edge. And by the way, when it went past the stumps, it swung away, pitched in front of Phil Salt, who did brilliantly to block it. It nips in, and then because of the position of the seam, it then swung for a second time. Good luck with that, mate.
I don't know if our listeners will remember Sylvester Clarke, but Alex Stewart used to tell me about him when he was keeping to him when he was at Surrey, and he said the nightmare thing about Sylvester was after it passed the bat at serious pace, it just continued to swing afterwards, and that delivery did that. I mean, that was I would say a disgusting looking shot. It had nothing going for it. It was terrible for someone of that class.
I was going to say, for a quality player, that was an ugly, ugly shot. The good news for him is he's still there. Archer in for the third ball of the over, and it's swinging again outside of off stump, swinging away from the left-handed Pooran. He's again having a huge waft at that, doesn't get anything on it, and it is through to Salt. We're in the 5th over of this game and it's still swinging. Tudes is saying it all the time. It normally does it for about 10, 12 deliveries. Here we are in the 5th over and it's still going big time.
And the other problem is that Rashid comes on soon, and we saw the other day that these guys don't particularly like playing Rashid, especially these two at the crease at the moment. So even if it stops swinging now, England's still so much on top.
Archer in. Oh my goodness, Pooran doesn't play that one. It didn't do as much. It doesn't go that far past the off stump, but it stays down, and that's a genuine delivery from Archer that bounces for a second time in front of Salt. That's a decent length that's pretty much died.
I think I think the other ball, I know you were put off by Pooran's swing. I think the other one might have dropped short as well. So those last two balls are essentially 89 miles an hour, and neither of them has made it through the keeper. And a minute ago, we had one off the gloves.
This is seriously difficult batting. Archer in, outside of off stump. Pooran's got nothing to do with that one. He's leaving it through, and that's taken waist high.
Also, we've got a Gus Logie in. We've got a short leg with a helmet on. So that's a reference for the kids, that one. But we've got a short leg. Katie, our social media persons will get me as if to say, what now? Shout out to the Gus Logie and his family if he's listening. But yeah, we've got a short leg under the helmet as well. This is, 2 slips, maybe a floating slip as well?
It's proper fast bowling, this, Jarrod.
I like it.
Yeah, if your experience of T20 cricket is just hit and giggle, this is going to feel very, very different to you. Archer to finish the 5th over, and Pooran is riding the bounce on this one, and it's the skipper. It's Joss Butler under the helmet. He fields that one. Well, that's been 5 overs of absolute entertainment, of proper fast bowling, of swing bowling as well, and seam. The West Indies 3 down after 5 overs, 39 for 3, and that includes 12 extras that England have contributed to their total. Nicholas Pooran, 5 from 9 deliveries. Rodman Powell yet to get off the mark. The question that Joss Butler has to now be asking himself is, how long do we keep them going for? If it's going to keep swinging, hey, why not bowl Jofra Archer out his 4 in one go? We'll find out, I guess, at the end of the next over on that one, whether he's going to keep going. Barry Wilkinson will be describing the next over for you.
Where Saqib Mahmood comes in and bowls to Powell. Powell gets the delivery and then the off stump. Plays it square to the offside, can't score. This has been a fantastic spell of fast bowling from Jofra Archer. Roland Butcher.
Yeah, Barry, I think conditions are just right for Joffa to be doing that. Slightly overcast, and obviously coming back into the side, I'm sure you want to prove a point and getting some good life out of the pitch and also picking up that wicket. So England doing well, and let's hope that we can get the full game in, Barry.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Powell, and Powell this time gets delivered down the leg side and plays it fine. That's gone to the final boundary for 4. Did it hit the bat or did that get the pad? It was all pad. So 4 leg buys, and the West Indies getting now to the 40s, 43 for 3.
Yeah, Barry, and there's been a lot of things like that happening. I mean, extras are quite a lot actually so far. I mean, you've only had this is over number 6, and you've had plenty of extras. Leg buys, that's probably the second time that's happened. Quite a few wides as well.
As Mahmood comes in again and bowls, and this delivery is down the leg side again. Played down to the backward square leg boundary. We're going to get a single because there's a fielder there. So 1 run, 44 for 3. But this is going to be a big test of batsmanship for the West Indies, because much like last night, England are on top of their game where the bowling is concerned, and they've really shown that they're not going to let up at all.
Yeah, and you shouldn't. I mean, when you have a team down, the important thing is to make sure that you stay on top of them. I would imagine that certainly I think Archer would probably get a breather now, and probably Overton will come in to bowl a couple of overs, hoping to pick another wicket up, and then you can attack in the middle overs.
As he comes in again now and bowls to Pooran, and Pooran is getting the ball on the line of the off stump, forced to defend and playing it into the offside, no run. You don't really see Nicholas Pooran in this kind of mould where he has to defend a lot and not free his arms.
Well, he's not getting anything to hit at the moment, and that's the good thing about it. He's had a few deliveries down the leg side which he's missed out on, but I think generally they haven't given him any opportunity to really throw his arms at the ball. They haven't bowled short and wide. I mean, that gets a batsman going when you can get a couple of boundaries from short and wide deliveries, and there's a little bit of swing there as well.
Here he comes in again as he passes the umpire and bowls to Pooran, and Pooran this time is getting a Yorker. Brilliant Yorker on the line of that middle stump. He played it out well, but that was a spectacular delivery.
Yeah, terrific delivery right up there. It wasn't coming from offside, it was drifting into the leg stump. And Pooran's just come down at the last minute, and just looking at the replay there, I think that would have gone on to miss the leg stump. The amount of swing that was on it, but nevertheless, a very good delivery.
Mahmood, besides the wides that he's delivered, has been on target besides those. Here he comes in again now and bowls, and this delivery is on the line of the off stump. Pooran might want to tell you that he played within the line, but I think that the bowler would pause it. He beat it. Nevertheless, it's a dot ball. 44 for 3.
Yeah, very good delivery to finish the over there. Just went across the left-hander. I guess Pooran would have been sitting back looking for the ball to come back at him with the natural angle, but it stayed out there. And from his point of view, the good thing was he didn't follow it, so he didn't end up getting a nick. But so far, England doing well, 44 3 of 6, and they've decided to go to spin.
Yeah, well, Akeal Hosein was on the ball last night. He got 3 wickets when the ball was wet. So now it's not as wet. He might do some damage.
I think the more important factor is the fact that Robin Powell's at the wicket. I think that's why he would bowl Rashid now against Powell, because Rashid has had good success against Robin Powell.
Here comes Rashid now, bowls to Powell, and Powell gets a short ball. He's not going to have difficulty in dispatching that down to the backward point area, and they'll get a couple of runs. That was pretty easy peasy. No chances there of him messing that up.
Yeah, I mean, what Rashid will want to tempt Powell to go down the ground. There's a long on and there's a long off in place, so
this is extremely wide down the leg side. It even gave Phil Salt some trouble, and a wide signal there by the umpire.
Yeah, that was not a good delivery. It was a long hop as well, and I thought Powell would have been launching that one.
This delivery on the line of the off stump, as it's pushed out to the cover point area. And one more run over number 7 to take the total to 48 for 3.
Looking around again, Barry. Pretty good crowd in already. I suspect that it would also increase as we go along, even though it's pretty overcast. I think we can be very satisfied with the crowd at the moment.
It's Rashid in again and bowls, and this time he's playing into the onside, out to the mid-wicket area for 1.
Yeah, Rashid not really on the mark at the moment in this over. He's either been, most of the time he's been very short. He hasn't brought the batsman forward at all in the over. Everything's been played off the back foot.
Yeah, you've got a situation in this game where the West Indies really need at least 200 runs. Again, outside of the off stump and patted down to the same position at that cover point. And there's just another single. We saw that 182 posed no problems at all for England.
Yeah, the 50 up for England now and 50 up for West Indies. Once again, that delivery played off the back foot.
This one is one that has swung into the gap, out to the mid-wicket area by Pooran. The fielder gets around and they'll get a couple of runs. Even though they were known 4s or 6s in the over so far, they have not been in the 4s or 6s in the over so far. And the West Indies are turning things around with some 1s and 2s.
Yeah, for the first time, Pooran decided to get after that tossed-up delivery. That really was the first delivery that Rashid has actually pitched up to either of the batters.
Short, outside the off stump, cut away. They get 1, they'll probably come back for the second. Jacob Bethel is down there. The throw comes in, well backed up, and 2 more runs. So the over ends, 7's gone. The West Indies fighting. They're 54 for 3.
Yes, good running off that last delivery, just easing it back, put a square in the offside. Bethel had a lot of work to do coming around to his right, so couldn't prevent the 2. So Archer's in his 3 overs, he's got 1 for 19, and Saqib, his 3 overs, he got 2 for 20. Rashid conceding 10 off that over, which is normally quite high for someone like Rashid.
So you've got power play showing that the West Indies really didn't make the most of it. Quite unfortunate dismissal there from Brandon King. Evan Lewis was severely tested, and in the end he failed his test. A bit of a 50-50 with the dismissal, of course, of Roston Chase, but it was umpire's call. And Dighton Butler on debut actually said that it was indeed pitched on. Sam Kerr is going to come on his 55th T20 match. The left arm seamer, as he comes in now and bowls to Robin Powell, and Powell this time is driving straight to cover. They want a single, they decide against it. It's gone straight to his opposite number, Josh Butler, and there's no run.
Yeah, Powell reaching at that delivery. It wasn't a half volley, just it's a length delivery, but not one that he could really drive at. He ended up just pushing at it. That's something he's going to have to be careful the early part of his innings, not to just wait. He has to wait, let the ball get very close to him.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Powell again. Deja vu. Ball pushed to Butler at cover, still no run.
Yeah, I think that delivery hit quite high on the bat as well. The outfielders in the deep here for Powell. They've got a deep mid-wicket, a long one, and also deep square leg, so really protecting that leg side boundary.
This time it's another defence, pushed this time back to the bowler on that line of the all stump.
And of course there's another field in the deep here right in front of our commentary position. Overton at long off, and then Jacob Bethel on the point boundary, so we've got 5 fielders on the boundary.
Yeah, the field is well spread. As Sam Curran comes in on balls, and this delivery is driven again to cover. 4 consecutive dots, 3 to cover, and 1 back to the bowler. With 2 balls left, he's on his way to maiden.
Well, to be honest, I don't think Powell could have done a lot with either of these deliveries, really. I think they were pretty well pitched up deliveries, but not the deliveries that he can drive with any degree of certainty.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Powell. Powell this time is again playing the ball to Josh Butler at the short cover area. This is brilliant bowling. Almost feels like a test match. 5 dot balls in over number 8.
Yeah, what Curran's done well so far in this over is that he's bowled at the stumps. He hasn't given Powell any room outside the off stump, outside the leg stump. He's bowled wicket to wicket. And the ball's doing a little bit from Curran left arm over. So it's swinging in slightly. There's a bit of bounce as well.
Here he comes in now with the final ball of the 8th. And balls, at this time he's playing the ball not to the cover, but to the backward point where he finds Jofra Archer. But the result is another dot ball. And what you have? A maiden. Over number 8, maiden bowled. 54 for 3. Pooran 10. Powell 5. Sam Curran starts with a maiden.
Yeah, very good over that by Sam Curran. Just coming on, maintaining the pressure. And Powell not being able to get that over away. But I think for West Indies now, really, Powell's got to maintain his concentration. You can't worry too much about that. The maiden's come and gone. What he's got to do now is he's got to hang in there. Can't just, when you get the opportunity against Rashid, to be too relaxed. There's still a lot of work to be done out here. It's a maiden, but you've still got plenty of overs to go.
Yeah, you're going to have Rashid to continue, and why not? He's really doing well. Pooran has been stifled. He's only got 10 from 16. Unlike Nicholas Pooran, who scored a 50 in 22 balls already in IPL cricket. Here comes Rashid and bowls to Pooran. This one is whacked down the ground, out to the mid-off area. He'll only get a single though. It was short, it was outside the line of the off stump, and he chose not to pull it, but he chose to slap it straight.
Yeah, and Rashid is uncharacteristically short at the moment. He's normally such a good bowler when he comes on. He has good control. At the moment he's extremely short.
This time Powell is sweeping and sweeping well. It's going down to the fine leg boundary. Will it get there? No, just stopped on the boundary line by Sam Curran, and the batsman get 2. But that's really good cricket. Very, very good commitment there on that backward square leg boundary by Sam Curran.
Yeah, nice shot there by Powell. He didn't try to hit it too hard, just really helped it on its way. Curran had to do some good work coming from deep square.
So just about 4 balls left in the over as Rashid comes in again and bowls, and this time it's outside the line of the off stump and carted away down to the backward point area. 57 for 3.
Yeah, another short of a length delivery. Powell he missed out on that delivery. It was short and wide.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Powell, and Powell this time is sweeping again. Fine, but Pooran is still there, and he'll want to get another single. How's the pitch playing in your opinion?
I think so far, Barry, it's perhaps a little odd bounce actually. I mean, it was evident in the first over from Curran, who's not the quickest of bowlers, that the ball was hitting the top of the bat. So that that tells you something. I think I'll wait after this delivery.
Here he comes in and bowls to Pooran, and Pooran this time is just turning the ball into the onside, out to that whitish mid-wicket area for another single. I just feel like something's going to give any minute now, Roland. I'm not sure if they're trying to preserve wickets, but they're keeping quiet. They're not going for the big 6s and the 4s.
Well, I mean, Rashid hasn't tossed any balls up to tempt Powell, so At the moment, everything is flat and short, so they're having to play back foot shots. So you can see when he tosses it up.
Short, pulled, helped around to mid-wicket. They should get 2 here. They were thinking of it, decided against it. Bethel was onto it quite quickly. The over ends, 9 gone, and the West Indies limping a little, 60 for 3. Pooran has got 12, Powell has got 9.
Yeah, once again, not the best over there by Rashid. Far too short. It's 2 overs costing 16, but at the moment there's a little bit, as I said, but against the faster bowlers, Barry, there's a little bit of an odd bounce in this pitch at the moment. It's not a pitch to start well on. I think as a batter, you know, when you come in, it's going to take a little while to get going.
I was just wondering, since Neil Diamond is still alive, we don't know his current health state, but why has he ever been invited to on England tour to actually come and perform this live?
Yeah, that's a very good question. I'm sure there's an answer somewhere, but I can't help you.
It's going to be Sam Curran to continue. He comes in and bowls to the captain, Powell, and Powell this time is playing the ball square into the offside for 1. Picked it just about now. They were thinking of 2, but this is really good bowling from England. They've just managed to put the brakes on everything, and the West Indies have been found wanting.
Yeah, that delivery was perhaps the first one not pitched on the stumps to Powell. He immediately gets a single.
So he's ready again to deliver, but he's just making some adjustments to the field. The third man has come out. There's a short third man now, and that third man has gone to a backwards. Saqib Mahmood has gone to a backward square. A point correction, because of course it's the left-hander batting. And this is an opportune time now to see what kind of stance and position Nicholas Pooran is going to take. Is he going to attack? Is he going to just play it out? What will he do? Here comes Sam Curran in again now and bowls to Pooran. And Pooran this time is getting a wide delivery outside the line. The off stump took a waff at it, missed it, taken by the keeper. There's no wide call, so it's another dot ball.
Yeah, nicely bowled. Slow ball there, just out to the back of the hand. And Pooran going over the top of that, attempting to cut. And Curran just showing a little bit of variation. Obviously worried about just pace on against Pooran, who's particularly strong on that leg side.
Here he comes again and bowls to Pooran, and Pooran gets a full delivery that he's swinging straight to Jofra Archer, backwards series. Still can't score. This is not the Nicholas Pooran we know.
Yeah, he'll feel that he's missed out there, because it ended up being a nice juicy full toss, albeit quite low. And Jofra Archer, the only man behind on the leg side, and he's picked him out straight there, just behind the square leg umpire.
Having a big chat there with Joss Butler at mid-off, perhaps discussing field placing. But the field has not changed, so I guess they're going to stick to the same plan. Here he comes in now, bowls to Pooran, and Pooran this time is driving in the air out to backward point. On the bounce, there's Liam Livingston just fielding and throwing it in for another single.
Yeah, just no use of the feet there. Pooran just all hands. Made good contact, but it was aerial. Could have easily gone to that man there at cover point.
Yeah, luckily it didn't carry that far. As Curran bowls again, and this delivery is on the line of the middle stump. Played back to the bowler, still no run. This is really good bowling from Sam Curran. He's got to take a bow for this.
Well, yeah, I think on this pitch he's doing the right thing against Powell. Ball wicket to wicket. You know, then ask Powell to take a chance. If he bowls wide of your stump, Powell can loose his arms. If he bowls middle and leg, he can go leg side. But just bowls wicket to wicket and let the batter make the mistake.
Again, he bowls, and this time Powell is turning the ball into the onside, out to the mid-on area for 1. The over ends is 62 for 3. Pooran's got 13. Powell has got 11. It's the drinks break here at Kensington Oval, and the West Indies being asked to bat. Have lost 3 early ones, but they've recovered yet again. The question is, will that continue as the night goes on, as we head back to Andrew McKenna?
Thank you very much, Barry. Thank you very much to Roland Butcher. Well, it's been the first half of an innings that England would have dreamt about. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Josh Butler wins the toss, sends the West Indies into bats. Brandon King a single for 3 balls. Evan Lewis 8 from 9. Roston Chase 13 from 7. The West Indies 35 for 3 inside 4 overs. At the end of the power play, 44 for 3, and at the halfway mark, 62 for 3. The West Indies, by the way, last night, if you want a comparison, were 81 for 5 at this stage, so they're 2 wickets better off, but they're 18 runs worse off. England will be absolutely delighted with what they've achieved so far. Alex Tudor alongside myself, Andrew McKenna. We kind of wanted Jofra Archer to keep going, but maybe we got a little bit carried away with all the fast stuff. But Sam Curran has come on and kept it tight. Adil Rashid has really strangely has not been his normal sort of sharp self so far, but actually with the way that the others have bowled, it's I'm not going to say he's getting away with it, but actually it's if you like counterbalanced it.
Yeah, he's not been as controlled as he normally is. A few going down the leg side and sort of dragging a few short. But as you say, as in on the seaming side of things, England have been very good. As you said, started off with Archer, backed up by Saqib, and then Sam Curran's come on and just mixed up his pace. He doesn't want to be predictable. He's bowled a few balls. As Jarrod said, he hasn't quite found his, especially the ball that comes back. You know, everyone can think about Sam Curran. When the ball is new, he's going to get it more than most, and he sort of just lost his wrist a little bit. But even in this spell of 2 overs, he's shown a little bit of shape. He's bowled the back of a hand. He bowls his cutters. He just mixed it up, not being predictable. But the good thing, he's bowling it straight. He's not giving any width to these batters who thrive on that type of thing. And it's been a good outing from England so far.
Without getting massively technical, Jarrod, you've kind of spotted that it's an issue that maybe if your wrist isn't quite behind the ball, then actually it doesn't sort of hold in the same way.
Well, I mean, just essentially, the wobble ball is a different grip and it's a different way of bowling. And what modern bowlers tell you is it's very hard to go between the two. So we saw, Stuart Broad at the start of his career have a beautiful outswinger. And when he started bowling the wobble ball, he started either not swinging it at all or swinging it the other way. Mitchell Stark, Sam Curran are 2 other examples of this. So we've seen this quite a bit now of bowlers really struggling to go between them. So the days of Sam Curran hooping the ball, probably behind him, unless he can work that out. And some players have.
Liam Livingstone to come into the attack, and he bowls a leg spinner to Rovman Powell, who hoiks it wide of Bethel at wide mid-wicket, and it's away for a boundary. The first boundary since the first ball of the 5th over, so it's been 5 overs since the West Indies have hit a boundary, and to be fair, that one was short, stood up, and asked to be hit to the boundary, and Rovman Powell obliged.
Yeah, it was rank. It was a long hop, and Rovman Powell's not going to miss out on that, and balls that you can't miss out on when they've bowled well.
67 for 3, short again from Livingstone. Rovman Powell backing away, hits hard to the cover sweeper. Just a single on this occasion, though. 68 for 3. Powell goes to 16 from 22 here on talkSPORT 2, and of course the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel as well. Good evening to all of you watching in there.
Interesting how short they've been to both of these guys so far. It kind of looks like it's a mistake, except for both of them have done it now. I wonder if there's a theory behind it, something to do with the wicket.
So the left-handed Pooran, Livingstone will go around the wicket and bowl off spin to him. Pooran turns himself around and hits this one out to what starts off as deep cover, ends up as deep mid-wicket. But he's got so low to hit that ball, he's almost got his chin on the floor. It's a remarkable shot. He's falling over in the front. In fact, he does end up falling over, rolls over, sort of does a forward roll and ends up going and completing the run. Oh, Rothman Powell gets an absolute ripper from Livingston. A leg break to die for. Adil Rashid would be proud of that one. Beats the outside edge. Phil Salt can't take it cleanly, but they don't take the bye. But wow, if the first couple weren't particularly well bowled, that's an absolute Gareth Bassey copyright seed of doom. That's pitched almost middle and missed off. Livingston in again. Fuller doesn't get the opportunity to turn that, as Powell will hit to deep long on. Overton will do the fielding. They'll take a single. 70 for 3, the West Indies.
Yeah, he should have been forward to that previous one. It was done him on length. He was sort of hanging right back in his crease where he should have been forward, really. Gave it too much time to turn.
Livingston around the wicket. Pooran comes down the pitch and misses it, and he's stumped by a yard. Livingston is absolutely delighted. Salt makes no mistake, and Pooran has run past one. He walks off shaking his head. His 100th T20 international ends with him making 14 and coming down the pitch to Livingston. Didn't get to the pitch of that one and was a spectator as Salt takes off the bails. The West Indies lose their 4th, and one of their main man is dismissed on his big day. He goes for 14, West Indies 70 for 4.
Could be wrong there, Tudes, but did a little something come up from the pitch when that came out? Like, it almost looked like it hit something, or there was a little explosion. Pooran looked back at the pitch as if to say he wasn't supposed to be spinning it that much, but he came down early and it did spin, and it spun quickly as well, and he ended up defending it and missing. Not the way you want Nicholas Pooran to go out when he's got himself set, especially considering he hasn't scored any runs.
That's right, he's been there for a long time, 23 deliveries, and it's a great skill from Liam Livingstone. I know he's not say he's better than bits and pieces, but you know, to the right-handers in this format he's bowling leg spinners, to the left-handers he comes round the wicket and bowls his off spinners, and that was a pearler of a delivery. The seam presentation was fantastic, as you rightly said. It might have disturbed a little bit in the surface. It was a great ball, as you say. Phil Salt just waiting there. He had gone so early and he has to depart, and that's a massive wicket. As we're just watching the replay here, I think it's a little bit of
loose stuff, isn't
loose
it?
stuff, yeah. I don't think it was actually anything from the ground. I just think a little bit of loose stuff from, say, the footholes from the bowler's marks and stuff, that it just hit. But I don't think it made the ball turn anymore. It was just a very good delivery which he missed, of which Jarrod said, you know, it's a surprise because he's been there for 23 balls, and you don't need him missing deliveries like that if you're a West Indies fan.
Well, you don't want him out defending halfway down the wicket, do you?
In Formula One, they call those marbles, don't they, where it comes off the tyre. It was a bit like the marbles, if you like. Right, Dan Mosley's going to come in and bowl, and starts with a short ball, pitches almost halfway down the pitch, and Rodman Powell is trying to lash that about 300 yards and under-edges it onto his own foot, and it goes nowhere.
Yeah, just solid back of the leg from your off-spinner then?
It's a proper fast bowler's length, that. That was Phil Salt. Oh, sorry. Mosley in once again, beats Rodman Powell for pace. Beats Phil Salt as well. He drops it. And Rodman Powell is looking at Mosley as if to say, that was 116 kilometres an hour. What is this?
Has Rodman Powell done any research? Because the first 2 balls, it's like he's never seen Mosley bowl before. It's going to be quick.
Around the wicket he goes in, and he's almost yorks himself. Rodman Powell, it's fired in at his feet. He gets the bat down on it and then almost falls over. Phil Salt would have been in business for another stumping there.
You've got to play him as a medium pacer coming around the wicket at this stage.
Rodman Powell waits for this one, drives him out to the deep cover sweeper. Sam Curran will field, and the best bit of news for Rodman Powell is he's got up to the non-striker's end. They've taken a single, 71 for 4.
Just look at the delivery speeds, 105, 116, 130, 140. He's bowling...
That's you in the third spell, isn't it?
Mate, mate, that's me first spell. You cheeky.
With the wind.
The Fremantle doctor.
No, but that is Sourav Ganguly pace, isn't it? Like,
you're making Sourav seem like he was bowling with some wheels. It's quicker than Sourav, let me tell you.
But Sourav was running in for about 40 paces to do it.
Right, Shafane Rutherford is the new man, and Mosley has stayed around the wicket to him, outside half of the bat, to point, and there's no run. It's quick bowling and it's a quick over as well. That's 5 deliveries with 1 single. To complete the over, Mosley goes in. It's down the leg side and Rutherford tries to help it on its way, but it's straight to the fielder at short fine leg. And we've torn through an over. 1 single from it, 12 overs in the book for the West Indies here on talkSPORT 2. They're 71 for 4 from those 12. Rovman Powell has 18 from 28. Shafane Rutherford, 0 from 2 balls.
Well, that was a different over, Macca, that was, wasn't it? I mean, I've seen it before. I saw it in a 100 game at Trent Bridge, where he bowled against the Rockets for the Phoenix, and he bowled extremely quick. As I said, he was bowling high 70s. He got a 1 ball at 81 mile an hour, and he was just bowling Yorkers. It was like watching Darren Goff in his pomp. It was ridiculous. I'd never seen it, and
Livingston starts a new over. Oh, this one's too leg-sided. It's too pitched up, and Rovman Powell puts it onto the solar panels on the roof of the stand for 6. 77 for 4. That one was just too inviting for Rovman Powell, and he launches it.
yeah, it just didn't turn. He gave it a little bit of air. Rovman Powell said, "Thank you very much," and as you say, he's hit it out the ground. It's hit the solar powers, bounced off, and they're going to have a change of ball.
Now that was heading towards the dockyard and the cruise ships. Well, Rovman Powell's now got 24 from 29. We're in the 13th over, 77 for 4 the West Indies. 6.3 the run rate for the innings. So it's basically a runner ball. They ended up last night with 182 for 9, which was setting England 183 at 9.2 and over. So gives you an idea of where they are at this stage. Rovman Powell's going to have a big role to play in the next half an hour or so.
That was the first 6 as well, Macca. We had 13 from the West Indies last night. That was the first one from Rovman Powell, the skipper of the West Indies. They're going to need a few more, I reckon.
Well, we've not seen the technology on that one to tell us how long it was, so it probably means it was so long the technology didn't pick it up. We've got a new ball for Livingston to send out. Oh my goodness, that is a filthy full toss that has been tugged to Overton all along the floor at long on. Livingston will be thinking to himself, oh, I've got away with one there.
100%. He's tried to hit that way too hard, and when you do that, you lose your shape. And that bottom hand comes round, and it just hits the edge of the bat and just trickles down to long on.
I think according to the computer projection, that went through the stadium roof. Hope everyone over there is okay, Macca.
Thoughts and prayers. 102 metres they've calculated that one as.
So I'm assuming again Livingston is bowling leg spin to Rovman Powell, probably come around the wicket to Shafane Rutherford and bowl his off spin.
78 for 4 the West Indies. It is exactly that, around the wicket off spin, and staying deep in his crease, plays it off the back foot to the bowler in his follow through, and there's no run.
Some good fielding for the cameras there by Liam Livingston, like an army roll for no reason.
It was a bit of a comedy fall, wasn't it? Livingston around the wicket, slower, and Rutherford is punching this one off the back foot to Sam Curran, who's the cover sweeper. It'll be just a single, so he's off the mark. West Indies 79 for 4.
Interesting what kind of total West Indies, I know they're not worried about the total, 4 wickets down at the moment, but what kind of total they can set here because of the chase the other night.
Livingston in, Rovman Powell is aiming something massive. It takes a big inside half of the bat and dribbles out to Overton at long on for just a single, 80 for 4.
Because it certainly feels like at the moment that there's something in the wicket for the seamers, and we're seeing some spin as well, right? So it's not as friendly a wicket as we saw the other night.
Livingston goes in, taken on the pad is Rutherford. That looks very, very close. Umpire Brathwaite says no. Wow, they've got to have a conversation about this one, surely.
If it's pitched on leg, it must have straightened.
They are going to review it.
I mean, I shouldn't say that. If it pitched on leg, it's straightened, and it should be hitting, right? Yeah. I don't think it was spinning too far.
No.
Third umpire, the TV director.
Did it pitch on leg, though?
It looked good.
RBW. I've checked the bowler's feet. It's a fair delivery. The original decision is not out. Can you move on to front on when available?
I'll go further than that. It looked very good.
You look dead.
So we're seeing the first replay now. Around the wicket. Oh! It has...
the ball is quite close to the bat.
I reckon it's outside.
I'll need Ultra Edge to confirm if there's any bat involved.
I'm saying that's pitched on.
I'm saying that's outside the line from the angle we're seeing it.
It really has gripped in the surface, though. It has... The degree of spin on that is big.
The gap between bat and ball.
I reckon it's hitting. I think it's pitched outside.
We can only just see a slither of off stump outside the batter's legs. Right, now we've decided he's not hit it. He didn't get close. Now we're at the business
Original
part.
decision not out. Pitching in line. Impact in line. Wickets hitting. I'm going to ask you to go back on field to Greg. Greg, I'm going to ask you to overturn your not out decision to out.
Would you like me to explain what you saw?
The angle I'm sitting at.
So that angle, when they show the first replay and they're looking for the edges, the cameras aren't straight on. And if it's in the wrong spot or slightly too far, it makes you not as sure where leg stump is. And if you have a look at the angle we were looking at that sweep shot from, I think it just created an illusion in your mind. I mean, that said, I thought it was going to be closer to leg stump. I was still on your side from that point of view, but either way, it looked we were pretty happy with it.
Listen, forgive me, I was at Legoland earlier, and other good theme parks. Let me tell you that they're out there. But I was on one ride, this haunted house one, and it was spinning, so my head's a little bit.
Oh, is that the one where you go in the building?
Yeah.
You didn't like that one?
No, I don't mind it. My daughter was in a little bit of hysterics, so like, come on, what's going on?
What about the Ninjago one?
Yeah, we went on that. Yeah. But some of these rides, my legs can't get in there.
Yeah.
Literally, my son's like, "Son, Daddy, can I come with you?" I'm like, "I've got to be on this one on my own, son. I'm really sorry."
So you don't let the kid go on your own. You say, "I'm going on." Anyway, Shafane Rutherford's at LBW, by the way, folks. 1 from 5 deliveries to Liam Livingston. 80 for 5, the West Indies. And Romario Shepherd is making his way out to the middle. As we mentioned yesterday, top score against England of 44 not out. He's had a couple of other 40 not out innings. The West Indies need him this evening. They're 80 for 5 after 13 overs. Rovman Powell will be on strike. Dan Mosley will continue with these fast off breaks around the wicket, and it hurries on. The ball is hitting the bat as Powell is playing forward, not the bat hitting the ball. He plays it back down the pitch, no run. Mosley is straight in and bowls once again, hurrying on to the batter. Honestly, this is like me trying to face someone above 70 miles an hour. It's getting onto me so quickly that I'm not in control of what's happening here. Rovman Powell waits, gets a full one outside of off stump. It's pitching almost Yorker length, so hits out on the offside. Sam Curran will field. Single taken, 81 for 5.
You literally got to play him as if he's bowling medium pace. He's not bowling spin at all. He just, when you say running in, he's bowling off a couple of paces, but he's getting through the crease with some serious power.
David Hussey?
Mosley in once again, edged by Shepherd. It's going to run away for 4. Saqib is the man at short third, and he simply turned around and jogged after that. And Shepherd's got the biggest grin on his face, as if to say, Powell's just said to him, "By the way, mate, this is going to be quick." And he's just genuinely edged this one, and it's flown away, and he's just got to the, oh yeah, I see what you mean, mate.
Bowling at that pace, this thing can happen, you know, thick edges, and it's gone down there, vacant third.
Mosley is in once again. It's quick around the wicket, in towards the toes of Shepherd, pushing out on the offside. No run.
He's bowling about 10-15 k's quicker than David Hussey, but this is what David Hussey did at the start of T20 cricket, if you remember. Very similar.
Mosley to complete another express over. It's in towards the toes, back to the bowler in his follow through. No run. 14 gone, 85 for 5. I just wonder, at the speed he's bowling to these two, do you need to put third back on the boundary or bring him really fine, because you've got no chance of catching it up, and actually there might be some genuine outside edges that aren't going to go to the keeper, they're going to bring runs.
Well, it's something you're going to have to think about. I mean, he's bowling Waqar Yunis type Yorkers here. It's absolutely ridiculous. I mean, as I said, I've seen this before, so I'm not surprised. But as you say, as he plays more, people will have to figure out how to play him. So, you know, will you be able to get down and ramp him and stuff like that? But it's not easy because of the angle he's bowling as well. He's round the wicket to these right-handers. He's not allowing them that arm, you know, the area for them to hit it. You know, giving them width is what I'm trying to say.
Right, Adil Rashid is back. for his third over. 0 for 16 so far for Akeal. Gives that one a little bit of air. Rodman Powell aims hard into the offside. Will Jacks is stationed at extra cover on the 30-metre circle, and he fields it no run. Rashid has been, by his standards, and I'm talking about the very highest of standards, slightly off colour so far this evening. He's into bowl. Gives that one some air. Rodman Powell takes it on. It's a lot of air. Has it got distance? It's got enough, I think, to land on the boundary sponge. Yeah, it's been given a 6 by umpire Braffett. Came down and landed on the sponge. The second 6 of the innings, 91 for 5.
Well, it's well bowled. He's outdone the batter. Is it across it? It's got a thick edge. And what happens in T20? It goes for 6. Ridiculous.
Just sort of arced away from Liam Livingston, didn't it?
Incredible bat speed, though, wasn't it?
Rashid is into bowl. Rodman Powell is down early to play the paddle sweep down to the really rough area. And Sam Curran is very, very gingerly making his way around there.
Hope he's got the long spikes on, Macca.
Well, yeah. I mean, it looks so potentially dangerous.
Well, I mean, the way he ran then was like
Hackney Marshes on a Sunday. It doesn't look great, does it?
Well, the first time the Cool Runnings team were on the ice.
Akeal Rashid is in once again. Rodman Powell stays low, punches off the back foot. Well fielded by Mosley out on the cover boundary. Sliding along the turf, gathers it in one hand and is straight back to his feet and gets it back in the air on its way back to Philsop. They'll take 2. So it is 10 from the over from 4 deliveries already. 95 for 5. Powell's got 37 from 38. Rashid into bowl. Little bit of air again. Powell is taking that again from well outside of off stump down to the sticky bits. Sam Curran, he's got a grin on his face as he fields that.
Normally, Macca, he would slide.
Yeah.
But he's just not doing it. He's just saying, no, I'm not doing it. I'm not risking it. I'm just going to go down with one hand. If it goes in the mitt, good. If it doesn't, I'm not risking injury.
It's a meniscus tear waiting to happen, that boundary, isn't it? It really isn't safe down there.
It's an IPL auction waiting to ruin. Yes. Final ball then of the 15th over. Rashid 0 for 28 from the 17 balls he sent down. In he goes to complete it. Wide of off stump. Rodman Powell back cuts. Beats Saqib. Saqib stopped chasing that one. No points. It goes away for 4 and it brings up the West Indies 100. 101 for 5 after 15 overs. And, well, it's been hard work, but the West Indies have got there. 43 from 40 balls for Rodman Powell. It means they're going along at just under 7 and over. They need to up it in the last 5 overs. The last 5 overs will come to you once again from Roland Butcher and Barry Wilkinson here on talkSPORT 2.
So much, and look, Roland, when you look at this particular situation, 15 overs gone. This match is a lot like last night, as this delivery is pitched up and driven straight down the ground, but there's a fielder there. They need a multi type of response now, Roland Butcher.
They most certainly do. I don't think it'd be too easy to do that against Saqib and Joe Archer when they bowl their last couple of overs. That's going to be they've got to do it now.
And he's bowled him. Powell is bowled by a faster, flatter delivery. He kept a couple out in the last Mosley over, but this one beaten all ends up, and England continue to be on top. In over number 16, the Windies are reeling at 102 for 6.
Yeah, this is a terrific piece of bowling. It's a quick seamer, and right through Powell's bat. No intention from the bowler to try and turn that delivery. Just all he did was just fire it in, and Powell coming down a little bit late, but he goes for a well-played 43. Try to rescue the innings. Paul, 41 deliveries for his 43, but West Indies have now lost their 6th wicket, and the remaining batters, I think, as you said, you would expect Morty to try and do what he did the other day, but he's going to find it a little bit more difficult when Joe Archer has to come back in and get a few around his ears. That's not going to be a lot of fun.
So it's going to be Moti, last night things worked out for him in the West Indies. New match, fresh conditions, different conditions, and he's now called to account to see if the West Indies can get it to 150, but that looks very unlikely.
Yeah, good performance by England today. I think also good toss to win, there's no question about that. Batting has not been easy.
So here he comes in again and bowls, and this is a faster delivery. Moti is again forced to just defend and push it into the offside, no run.
Yeah, similar delivery, fired right in there, and Moti coming down on it just in time.
Here he comes again and bowls, and this delivery is a full toss that's hit in the air, out to cover, that's gone for 4. Moti on the move again.
Yep, going for the same delivery, that quick Yorker, and it ends up being a wide full toss. And Moti says thank you very much, and 4 important runs to the total.
Here he comes in again. Here he comes in again and bowls, and this time it's a delivery there from Mosley that's outside of the all-stop. Cut away down to backward point, and there's no run.
Yeah, that was again a full toss. Moti was pulling away from the delivery, trying to open up the offside. A couple of changes in the field now. Couple point goes up to point on the boundary, and the deep square leg comes up. And an edge for 4.
Big edge for 4. It was pitched up and a massive drive off the outside edge, and Moti gets 4 more down to third man.
Yeah, that's what it's going to need. They're going to need a little bit of luck right these last 4 overs, and that certainly was. It was a fired in delivery, but the important thing for Moti was it had a bit of width. So once you get a nick on that, everybody's in the circle, and that one just raced away down to the third man boundary for 4. But I would imagine it looks as if Archer's going to bowl the 17th. He's going to bowl the 17th over. That means Saqib probably. Interesting to see how England play this one, whether they will actually give Curran another over. Livingston has still got 2 overs to go. Will he bowl? That's another question. Will Mosley get another over to finish? I thought they would have kept Archer.
Here he comes in now, Archer and bowls, and this one is swung out to mid-wicket there by Shepherd. It's gone quite close towards the boundary. They're going to get 2. Throw comes in, can't stop the brace. 2 more runs there to Shepherd. He goes to 7. It's 112 for 6.
Pitched that delivery there, and Shepherd throwing the bat at it. A bit surprised that Archer's actually bowling this 17th.
Well, the pressure's on. They want to bowl them out. Here he comes in again and bowls, and this time Shepherd is driving. This is off the outside edge. It's going to go down to third man for 4. This is the luck the West Indies needed. 116 and now for 6.
Yeah, just a big swing and get a thick outside edge. Short third man is up. So there's nothing that he can do about that. So it's just raced away for 4. But you said, Barry, that they're trying to bowl him out. But you don't have to do that. Just get through the 20 overs and restrict them to a small score. You don't, even if they're 6 down, it doesn't matter.
Archer to bowl to Shepherd, and Shepherd is driving, goes through the field at backward point, 4 more.
Yeah, Just Butler will be very unhappy with his effort there. Really, that was a straightforward piece of fielding, and somehow he gets his feet in all sorts of trouble, and the ball ends up going right through his legs, racing away to the boundary for 4. So back-to-back boundaries, and he just never got into a position to stop that Just Butler. He was like this halfway down, and that's not what they tell you as a kid. I'm sure at your academy, Barry, you don't tell him to do that. You tell him to get down into that long barrier position so that there is some cover if they miss it.
We're still waiting for you to come and make an appearance at the academy here to teach the youngsters. As Archer comes in again and bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd this time is cutting. Butler dives and misses again. He's bound to get another steer there from Jofra Archer, and they get another run.
Yeah, but I would with that one though, I wouldn't worry too much about that. I think he
pretty wide.
I don't think he could have got there, Butler. He just made an effort to dive, but I don't think he could have. Yeah, I think Morty might. If I were Morty now, I would be looking very much at that short delivery around the helmet area, and I would be surprised if Archer doesn't. He certainly put the long leg back, so I would imagine that this would be pitched up.
Let's see. Here he comes in again now. Balls to Moti, and Moti gets the delivery that's short and played just onto the adjoining pitch. Archer slides as he's going to field, and he seems to be in a little bit of pain. I wonder if he hurt anything. He says he's all right.
Yeah, that one was just about the rib area. And I'm sure Archer's aiming a little bit higher, really certainly between rib and helmet, so that Moti can't get a free swing of it.
Jofra Archer, he's certainly a special cricketer, isn't he?
Yeah, he's very important to the England side, there's no question about that.
Here he comes in again now. Balls to Moti, and Moti this time is getting a short ball that he's helping down to fine leg. He won't get a 4 because there's a field of the fine leg, but they get a single. Yeah, that's a single, not a leg by signal. So the over comes to the end, 17 gone, 122 for 6.
Yeah, so once again, Archer going for the short ball. Moti just not playing an aggressive shot. And, just wonder the wisdom of actually bowling that over, Barry Wilkinson. You've still got 3 overs to go. You know, there could be 3 damaging overs. Your choices, you've got Pooran, you've got Saqib, you've got a spinner in either Livingston or Mosley to get through these 3 overs. It could make a huge difference.
Yeah, no, you're right. You're absolutely right about that. Your good mate is in the crowd. Is that a Smalley in the crowd? Gladstone Small. As this delivery by Rashid. Swing and a miss. Taken there by the keeper.
Yeah, the googly. And Moti swinging across that one. And I would think that almost every ball Moti be aiming in that direction. And I wouldn't be surprised if Rashid bowls 6 googlies in this over.
Here he comes again now. Balls to Moti. Moti is going for another big swing. I thought they might have appealed at that. Perhaps came off the bat. Down to short fine leg, no run.
Or pitching outside leg maybe. Let's have a look here. Once again the googly. Yep, pitching outside leg.
Way outside leg.
6 googlies.
Here he comes again and bowls to Moti. And Moti is going for another big drive. Missed by the keeper. Down to third man. It's going to go down towards the boundary and gets there now. Runs or buys. Let's wait for the signal. Buys.
Yeah, beautifully bowled again there by Rashid. Another googly. And I think Phil Salt will be very unhappy with his effort there. And also this effort here as well. And, the chase there really should have pulled that one back even in these wet conditions. But 4 vital runs to the West Indies team. They'll take them whichever way they can. And I'm just seeing if I'm going to win my bet against you, Barry Wilkinson, whether Rashid bowls 6 googlies. How many balls has he got there? 3.
Again, he comes in and bowls, and this time it's outside line, the off stump. Yeah. A big swing and a miss.
That's number 4.
Strike 4.
Number 4. Let's see what happens.
Well, he's going to keep bowling them because he's getting full value for it.
Well, I mean, if Moti should be reverse sweeping now. That's what he should be looking at if he's going to keep bowling googlies.
Comes in again and bowls to Moti, and Moti is high in the air, out to the long on position, chance for a catch taken! Really good catch too as well.
I think he might have changed that one up, Barry. It might have been the leg spinner. Let's wait and see. And if Rashid has done that to me and make me lose my bet, I will be very unhappy. Let's wait and see. But I think it might have been the leg break. No, it wasn't. It was a googly again. Another googly.
Very well taken by Overton. He had a lot of ground to cover, and when he eventually got there, he had to dive a little bit. But in the end, he was able to take the catch to remove the potentially dangerous Moti again. And the West Indies now sliding a little bit to 126 for 7.
So, just 2 overs remaining after this final delivery. And, I think they do better. I think, Barry, I'm going to lose my bet. Because to Matthew Ford, he'll probably change it up and go leg break. Well, as they say, don't count your chickens until they hatch, even after the 5th ball. Yeah, but Barry, batting has been really difficult for West Indies. The innings just hasn't got any flow to it at all. It's been very bitty, lost wickets early on. It's lacked rhythm. Really, apart from that breezy knock by Powell, it's not been a good batting display.
So, Rashid comes in and bowls to Ford, who's beaten all ends up on the first ball.
And a leg break.
And I've
lost my bet.
You've lost your bet. That's 100 quid. So, 18 overs gone, 126 for 7.
So I will pay you, Barry, in your rupees.
Well, we didn't say what the denomination, did we?
Looks like is that Curran? Curran's going to bowl over number 19. Right, so I would suspect that Saqib will probably bowl that final over. So 126 for 7. How do you see this total, Barry?
Not enough. Definitely not enough. I mean, considering that 182 last night was chased down with such ease, this to me is way, way, way below. This is almost a run of ball, Roland. Should be a walk in the park if they don't lose early wickets. England are going to sail home with this, and I think the series to come back from 2-0 for West Indies in St. Lucia is going to be very difficult to win through on the trot.
Well, Curran's now decided he's going to go around the wicket, and I suspect he'd look to bowl wide of the off stump because his leg side field is yep, and not that wide, but he's certainly going wide of the off side. And just looking at the field, he's got 2 fielders saving a single on the leg side in backward square leg and a wide-ish mid arm, and then there's long on and deep mid wicket. So if Shepherd can get across and get it down to fine leg or to deep square leg, there's acres of room there in that area.
Sam Curran in his 3rd over as he comes in again to bowl to Shepherd. And Shepherd is getting a delivery outside down the off stump, another wide, signal wide by the umpire, and I think that's a harsh call.
On first look, but I think we'd have to look and see the tram lines, see whether that's passed outside the tram lines or inside the tram lines. Spot on. He's right call.
Yeah,
outside the tram lines. So Yes, umpire Gregory Braffett got that one spot on.
Well done there, Greg.
So Curran now, after discussion with his captain, is going over the wicket.
Here he comes again now. Balls to Shepherd. Shepherd is driving straight down the ground. Beautiful shot. 4 runs. Down to the mid-off area. What a shot that was from Shepherd. He pounced on that quite quickly and was able to get some value.
Yeah, and it's a good shot there by Shepherd, but again, I'm not sure whether Curran should change and go over the wicket, because he's now giving Shepherd a good angle to hit the ball from. When he was round the wicket, okay, the first 2 deliveries were very wide, but he just needed to get a little bit closer from this angle. You know, Shepherd gets a chance.
Here he comes again and bowls, and this time is swatted out to the long off area for 1. There's the fielder there, and they'll pick up, and Liam Livingston will pick up and throw in quite easily.
So Matthew Ford now gets a chance.
Just a bit to you. That's off stump. Left arm over to you as well.
Here he comes in again, and the balls, and this time it's driven in the air, hit pretty hard, firmly down to the long off area, and Livingston makes a meal of that on this occasion. Has gone for 4 more.
Yeah, I think it's a good shot there by Ford, but once again the angle from across from the left armour over the wicket gives Ford the opportunity to do that. I think Curran's got to go back around the wicket, risk bowling a couple of wides, but it's a much better angle, and he's doing it right now, and he should have done it really several balls ago to go around the wicket. Much easier to bowl that offside from around there.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this time is outside the line of the off stump, pretty wide, and played out to the cover point area for 1. 137 for 7.
Yeah, still a couple of balls left in this 19th.
Turns now, steams in now, bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd this time is hitting this quite hard into the cover point area for another single. I think they've just made about just under par score. Still over left, Roland. They need at least 150.
Yeah, rallying well, obviously at the back end. Got a couple of wickets in hand. There's opportunity, obviously, of scoring at 8, 9 and over.
Again, and bowls, and this one is a drive in the air, backward to point, 4 runs. Matthew Ford was able to hit that on the up, and 4 more runs.
Yeah, expensive over that by Curran. Just as I alluded to earlier, Barry, not sure the wisdom of bowling Archer when he did. I think that was far too early. For me, Archer should have been bowling that over number 19. He bowled a couple of overs too early, and now they're paying the price.
Yeah, I also saw that Sam Curran had some choice words there for Gregory Braffett.
Well, you can have choice words, but they were wides. I mean, Gregory Braffett was spot on in calling the wide. They were outside the tram line, so there's nothing he can do about that. Looks like Mosley's entrusted now with his final over, and should this over go for 2024, I think then Just Butler would have to think really long and hard as to his decision making in these last 4 or 5 overs. I think it's certainly given the West Indies an opportunity to get, as you said, a par score, because to bowl out Archer and then you finish your final 2 overs really with 2 inexperienced players.
This is a full toss that's hit straight down the throat of mid-wicket into the hands of the fielder there waiting for the catch. Shepherd is gone. Mosley picks up a wicket. First ball of the last over. Shepherd is gone for 22. And England making a great little fight back just to break the momentum of the West Indies there. 143 for 8. A full toss that he really didn't do much with. And a very good catch on the boundary.
Yeah, Barry, that really should have been out the park. I mean, it was a nice, juicy leg side full toss to a big, strong guy like Shepherd. And all he did was help out to deep square leg. That should have been 6. There's no question about that. But, Barry, the wisdom of finishing your innings with Mosley and Curran. Mosley, this is what, his second game?
Yes, it is. He made his debut yesterday.
Yep. So he's bowling the final over. And then also, Curran, who hasn't been having a great time with the ball. You've got a world-class fast bowler in Joe Archer. Can't bowl him out 3 overs before the death.
This is delivery. A drive straight back to the bowler. 143 for 8. And the thing about it is, you say it was perhaps should be clobbered, but it was cleverly bowled. Cramped in for room. As this delivery from Terence to Terence Hines is driven down the ground. That's going to go into the boundary for 4. Out to the long off area. 4 runs here to Terence Hines, the 32-year-old on debut.
Yeah, that's a good shot because it wasn't the worst delivery. It was a low full toss. And well, it wasn't a full toss actually. It was more length, but it was hit so hard. So
here he comes again and bowls a wide delivery down the leg side. That's going to be 5. It's a wide into the boundary. This is the luck the West Indies would have wanted in this last over. 152 for 8.
Yeah, really, I think in England are getting really what they deserve, really. Because this young man should not be put in this position to be bowling over number 20. He's done a reasonable job, but
outside the line, the off stump and driven well. Archer's there on the boundary. They get 1. They're going to think of the second. No, they don't. Just 1 run. Good cricket from Jofra Archer. 2 balls left.
So a much better total now for West Indies. 153. Gives them a chance now. It's 120, 130 is a different situation, but
here comes Mosley to bowl to Ford. And Ford is driving beautifully through cover 4. Matthew Ford with a very important little knock here. Another boundary to him. He moves to 13 and 157 for 8. Roland, I know you're not happy with the choice of bowler.
Well, not at all. I mean, I have to look at it from a cricketer's perspective, and I can't give Josh Butler full marks for the handling of that
last delivery. A big foot toss again, a big swing, hitting the pad. They get 1 run out to the leg by, actually, out to the short third man position, and the West Indies end at 158 for 8, giving the target for England 159. Comments from Roland Bush, and then we'll have a look at the scorecard.
Yeah, good fight back there by West Indies towards the end. Never thought they would get up to 158. There's no question about that. Well, as I said, yep, you're absolutely right, Barry. I'm not at all impressed with the captaincy in the last 4 or 5 overs. I think it gave West Indies the opportunity to certainly finish off the way they did. And you still, Saqib's got 2 for 20, unless he's carried an injury. He hasn't bowled his full quarter. You finish Archer early,
and we saw no Overton as well.
And then, Livingston has got 2 for 16 off his 2. So you had options, and instead you entrusted the player in his second game to finish out the innings. So we'll see what happens when England get out there and bat.
Brandon King caught Livingston ball Mahmood for 1. Evan Lewis caught Salt ball Archer for 8. Nicholas Pooran was stumped by the keeper Salt of Livingston for 14. Roston chased LBW to Mahmood for 13. The captain Robin Powell top scored until he was bowled by Mosley for 43 from 41, 2 4s, 2 6s. Shafane Rutherford was LBW to Livingston, double failure for him for 1. Marius Shepherd was caught Jacks ball Mosley for 22. Guritish Moti caught Overton ball Rashid for 9, with the not batsman being Matthew Ford 13 and Terence Hine 5. We had some 29 extras, quite a bit, and that included 19 wides, 6 leg byes and 4 byes. Archer looked fiery, looked fast, got a wicket, 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 31. Saqib Mahmood, following his 4 for yesterday, got 2 for 20 today from 3 overs, no maiden. Adil Rashid, 4 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 32. Sam Curran, 3 overs, 1 maiden, none for 20. Liam Livingston, 2 overs, no maiden, 2 for 16. Dan Mosley, 4 overs, no maidens, 2 for 29. Roland, 159 the target. How do you feel?
Right, shouldn't be enough, because I'm seeing the signs again, just like we did yesterday. Once the dew has come in, that the ball is just sliding off the bat. You saw it, those last 3 overs, the way the batters were playing, you could clearly see that the bowlers having difficulty in gripping the ball. So, you know, that puts things nicely in England's favour. But at the same time, you know, what West Indies have to do is they have to grab some early wickets and then get some luck in the middle of the overs. But I would say from this point, you know, the team batting now really should feel quite comfortable in the fact that the conditions will suit them.
Well, this is a record for the England team in terms of extras in an innings in T20s. The previous, or I should say the prior, was 16. That was by Matt Pryor. That's why I used that pun. They had, of course, some 16 extras, 1 by, 5 leg byes, 9 wides and 1 no ball. And that was at the Oval in June 2007. That was a while back. So 29, they certainly had a lot.
29 extras is humongous in a 20 over game. Yeah, that's that, you know, that could lose you the game.
So then, it's a situation where the total is 159 for the target. When we come back, we'll certainly have a look at how England get along.
Every ball, every run, and every wicket. International T20 cricket live. The West Indies versus England.
Driven and caught! What a catch! On talkSPORT 2.
It's another day of box office football here on talkSPORT. So let's have a quick rundown of today's blockbusting lineup. In midfield, it's Anthony Flash Gordon.
Get heroic coverage of every epic clash.
Morgan Buck Rogers.
On the radio station that knows, with great power comes great responsibility.
And Martin Odegaardians of the Galaxy.
Well, these are the nights when heroes are made, where history will be written.
Also, Kyle Skywalker.
Magnificent counter-attack.
And Tyrone Mings the Merciless.
Supporters assemble. Captain's goal.
talkSPORT. It's a pitch-perfect delivery. International T20 cricket live. The West Indies versus England.
What a shot
On talkSPORT 2.
Mahmood is in, bowls right arm over. Oh, Brandon King's hit this straight up in the air. It's going to go about 60 metres up and about 30 metres long, and Liam Livingstone will take the catch. Archer gathers himself, sets off, and bowls edge, caught behind by Phil Salt. Now that was a beauty. Saqib running into bowl, bit of width on that one, lovely shot. Oh boy, Ruston Chase. Only one slip in plate as Saqib goes in this time. Straight takes Ruston Chase on the back leg. Appeals given out LBW. Livingstone around the wicket. Pooran comes down the pitch and misses it and is stumped by a yard. Livingstone is absolutely delighted. Salt makes no mistake. And Pooran has run past one. Livingston starts a new over. Oh, this one's too leg side-ish. It's too pitched up. And Rovman Powell puts it onto the solar panels on the roof of the stand for 6. Wide of off stump, Rovman Powell back cuts, beats Saqib. Saqib stopped chasing that one, no points. It goes away for 4, and it brings up the West Indies 100.
And he's bowled him. Powell is bowled by a faster, flatter delivery. Here he comes in again and bowls, and this time Shepard is driving. This is off the outside edge. It's going to go down to third man for 4. This is the luck the West Indies needed. Comes in again and bowls to Moti, and Moti is high in the air, out to the long on position, chance for a catch taken. Here he comes again now, and bowls to Shepard. Shepard is driving straight down the ground, beautiful shot, 4 runs. And this is a full toss that's hit straight down the throat of mid-wicket into the hands, and the West Indies end at 158 for 8, giving the target for England 159.
That is indeed the target here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Would have been considerably less without 29 extras, the most ever given up by England, helped by 19 wides, the most they've ever given up as well. Jofra Archer, 4 overs, 1 for 31, was unplayable early on. Saqib Mahmood, 2 for 20 from 3. Akeal Hosein, 1 for 32 from 4. Sam Curran, 0 for 20 from 3. Liam Livingstone, 2 for 16 from 2. And Dan Mosley finished up with 4 overs, 2 for 29. Alex Tudor alongside myself, Andrew McKenna. We've just got a few minutes before the second innings starts. Roland Butcher not happy with England's thinking at the back end there, going with Dan Mosley and Sam Curran. What did you make of that one, Tudes?
Yeah, it's not often I disagree with the great man and, you know, his wealth of knowledge. I just feel sometimes, you know, these series are, you have a look at players. We all know what Archer can do, and the anomaly is that you don't normally have that amount of swing early on in the game. There was still 5-6 overs where the ball was doing something. So I feel that Butler was thinking, while he's still causing issues and problems, keep him going. You were saying, bowl him out. And he just held him back. It could have easily just bowled him out, try and take another wicket, maybe 2. So then at the back end, you need to look at someone else because you're not going to have Archer there. So Dan Mosley, and for those who have seen him or watched him, heard him, is that he does have this, especially to right-handers, where he comes around a wicket and bowls extremely fast off a couple of paces. I saw it in a 100 game when the Phoenix were playing the Trent Rockets at Trent Bridge, and he had them on toast. I think he got 4 for a free for, and he bowled extremely fast, and he was bowling out very good players as well. So it's something that he tried. He's ended up for 2 for 29. Yes, he's given West Indies most probably a few more runs, but you have to try these players in these type of games. Yes, you most probably wouldn't see that in a World Cup final, But that's what these series are for, to try these young bloods, try your Bethels, try your Mosleys, try them in different situations to see how they can handle it.
And I guess that's the point, isn't it? We're not trying to denigrate this series, but it's not a World Cup. It's not a Champions Trophy. You only find out whether someone can do something by giving them a go and putting them in that position. And, I mean, you can be your own judge whether it worked. Dan Mosley has bowled 4 overs, 2 for 29, and has bowled the 20th over, and has taken a wicket. He's got Shepherd. Yeah, OK, on another day that ball disappears 15 rows back or whatever. But this evening, and that's all that counts is this evening, it's been whacked straight to Will Jacks and the catch has been taken.
Yeah, 100%. And as I said, it's not often that I'll disagree with a great man, and sometimes you get caught up in the emotion of the game and what's going on at that moment. But you have to remember, you know, Archer's bowled 3 at the top because it was doing all sorts. Captain could have bowled him out. He didn't. He came back and bowled the 17th over, I think it was. So he wanted to have a look at the young lads. He's gone for Sam Curran, who's obviously a lot more experienced, and that's what they're sort of using him for at the moment. And Dan Mosley, and you know, he did okay. He did all right. It probably won't be the last time in the series that we see him bowling at the death.
Absolutely. Give it a go. He's done okay. Right, players are back out there. Salt and Jacks have taken their positions. Phil Salt, of course, coming off the back of that 103 not out yesterday. And it will be Akeal Hosein to bowl his, well, left arm induckers. Let's call him that at this stage. From the 3W stand end. The end where Mummy and Daddy Tudor are watching on. And they might be in the firing line if Phil Salt gets going again. I hope they're taking a butterfly net or something to gather these balls in.
Dad can catch, that's the one thing.
Oh, good.
He can catch. He's 85, but he can still catch.
You never lose it. Slip in place then for Akeal Hosein as we start the second innings. Left arm around, he goes in, and Phil Salt slapped it straight to cover, and Brandon King takes the catch. Only cricket can do that. 103 not out, and playing like a champion. 24 hours later, slap one straight to cover. First ball, England 0 for 1.
It wasn't even the kind of ball that Akeal Hosein usually gets his wickets on. It spun a little bit, to be fair, but it was wide of off stump. It was in the arc, and Phil Salt just didn't get it high enough and clothed it, and it went straight to the fielder. Who was it at cover?
It was King. Brendan King, yeah.
Who dropped it and then took it on the second bite. So the West Indies tried to give England a chance. Phil Salt gone first ball. Look, we've seen that before. It's not the first time we've seen that. He hits a lot of sixes on the first ball as well, so he will go from ball one. But ouch. Well, Josh Butler wanted some time in the middle. Maybe they're just exchanging golden ducks.
Well, last night it was Josh Butler who got the first baller, and Phil Salt got 100. So maybe it's Phil Salt's turn for the first baller, and Josh Butler's turn for the 100 this evening.
That game of cricket, you got to love the game of cricket, haven't you? Or you got to love sport in general. You know, you come off yesterday, 100 off 50 odd balls. Today, first baller. I mean, this game is incredible, really, isn't it? Just when you think you're at the top and the height of everything, you're untouchable. Just bites you in the bum once in a while.
Absolutely, it pulls your pants down and spanks your bottom. Second first baller for Phil Salt against the West Indies. Third all up. And Josh Butler's out there already. Now they're going to station a long off in case Josh Butler wants to take on Akeal Hosein. Still a slip in place. Well, eyes down for a full house, everyone. It's going to be interesting. 159 the target. England 0 for 1 after one delivery. Akeal Hosein goes in, bowls, pitches round about leg stump. Butler will turn to mid-wicket, and there's no run. Well, he's survived the first one this evening.
It's weird. It's sticking in the surface a little bit more. There's some dew out there before, but right at the moment it just looks normal. He's not bowling his big in-swingers or anything.
No, it's not swinging at all. Akeal Hosein in, bowls left arm round. Butler plays from the crease, sort of inside out, pushes it towards cover, no run.
As we just kept watching the replay again, he's just giving himself a little room on that leg side, getting that right left leg out the way. He's looking to expand it up over mid-on.
sorry, I'm just seeing the replay of this celebration. Nicholas Pooran just basically smacks Akeal Hosein in the face. In ducker on this occasion, and that is that delivery we were waiting for. It's an inside edge from Butler onto his pads. It rolls past the stumps, past the keeper, and it goes away, and they will take a single. That was that perfect seam position. It was the bottom of the bat. It was the under edge onto his toe, and it goes past Pooran.
He disguised that so well.
It's given its buys. Oh no, they've changed it now to a run.
It's not easy to pick up. Just comes out. It's like he loses his index finger. It just goes off the middle.
Yeah, they push it off one finger. It's like the traditional old arm ball, isn't it?
Right, Will Jacks has just watched all this from the non-strikers and is now about to face his first ball. Akeal Hosein is in. Again, it's that ball that's curving into the right-hander, pushed back down the pitch, and there's no run.
Remember the great man John Embry when he used to coach, come down to Lord's School of Merit on a Saturday, and he would do a spin class, and he'd always say to the spinners, that's how he used to do it, his arm ball, one finger.
Final ball of a very eventful first over. Akeal Hosein is in. It's bringing Jacks forward. He's pushed it past the fielder at mid-wicket to his Rutherford, and they will take a single. Well, 2 for 1 after the first over on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. England's target 159, so they need 157 more runs. There's 114 balls to get them, and 9 wickets standing.
Could have game on here, Macca.
Really
if the seamers bowl anything like they did last night, it's game done. But if they bowl, if they get it right and they get a couple of wickets, we're in for a game.
They've got a couple of slower, more accurate seamers in. So if there's any, I mean, we're about to find if Ford gets anything out of this wicket, because if he can get something out of this wicket, then they're a huge chance here. And if he doesn't, then it's, you know, even though England have lost that early wicket, it's not the end. And we know Akeal Hosein could do that. So it's, you know, that's a very normal thing. He bowled beautifully last night. He just didn't take the wickets. And no one else bowled well.
No. So, right arm seam from the commentary box end. Slip in place as Jacks waits. Ford goes in. Edged, lands short of Rovman Powell at slip. Genuine edge, pushing forward, fairly hard hands, and landed half a metre in front. And it did just threaten to tail back in.
I'm not sure it moved at all, did it, Jude? Me and Macca have got the microscope out. Looked like it just went straight, and he managed to play across it a little bit.
Yeah, his hands just seem like they're not quite where they need to be, just sort of coming from sort of first, second slip, just coming across the ball.
Second ball then. Ford on the way, past umpire Breathitt. It's turned to short, fine leg and lands a metre short of him. Well, Will Jacks is working his way around the field at the moment. He's got one just short of slip, now just short of fine leg. Short mid-wicket, will be in business shortly, apparently.
I find what with Jacks at the minute, what I'm seeing is that he plants his left leg quite early, and in doing so, you don't really allow the bat to come through in a straight line because your knee's in the way. So I think with that last ball with Ford, as you said, it looked like it had done something, but I just think his hands are coming across the ball.
Ford coming in for the third ball, down the leg side, that'll be a wide, bowl it again. Just seemed to run his fingers over that one a little bit, and it forced it down the leg side, and it was always going down. And as a result, he's actually saying, I don't want the short fine leg, because if it beats him, it's going to be 4.
I think that's a good move. One thing I would say is that I'm not sure it's moved all that much off the straight, those 3 balls, but he is angling it back in. So if he's angling it back in, the fine leg makes more sense.
3 for 1.
This one will go over mid-on, of course. Now.
Yeah. In he comes, and it's punched past point, and will be away for 4. Jacks gets the first boundary of the England innings, 7 for 1, and that was that one that he just starts that little bit wider, thinking, well, it's going to go back in, and it starts wider and then goes gun barrel straight, and Jacks is able to beat the man at point. Roston Chase diving away to his right, and it's away for 4.
And that's what you're looking for. You're looking for a little bit of width, just to try and get yourself going. Well, Jacks needs to. He'll want to get himself going. He's a fine player, fine stroke maker. Hasn't quite happened for him yet. But if he gets going, he's exciting.
He made 17 from 10 last night. This one from Ford again. He's just running back in towards him, pushing out on the offside. And there is no run.
It's probably the first one we've seen with any movement, I would say. I mean, it's hard to tell with the ones angled down leg side, but they didn't seem like they were doing a lot. That one just came back in, but in a gentle way. It certainly doesn't look like the pitch from the first innings, does it?
Yeah, you got two, you got a world-class bowler in Archer. Got Saqib Mahmood, obviously coming off 4 wickets yesterday, bowling with his tail up. So it was a little different prospect.
Ford makes his way in once again. That's wide of off stump, and Jacks aims the big extra cover drive at that one. Swing and a miss through to Nicholas Pooran, and there is no run.
Just needs to sort of bring his Surrey form. Just obviously, England, it's a bigger stage. You've got the likes. People on comms, sort of dissecting your technique and stuff like that. You have to be strong in the mind. But he's a confident young man. If he gets going, I tell you, he's exciting.
Absolutely. Final ball of the Matthew Ford over. He's in, and it's punched past extra cover, and that should be away for 4 as well. Chase is going to give chase, but he'll be retrieving it from the boundary edge. Another boundary for Jacks. He goes to 9. England 11 for 1 after 2 as they try to make 159 to win here on talkSPORT 2. Jarrod.
One thing I'd say is just it is a completely different pitch than we saw in the first innings. Doesn't mean England can't get themselves in trouble. Doesn't mean Akeal Hosein can't cause some issues. But both of those balls have just come onto the bat very well. The bounce is quite regular. Maybe that little bit of moisture in the air from the dew has just meant that the balls are sliding on a little bit. But what we are seeing is control. I'm not sure why Ford is bowling quite that wide to Will Jacks, although he got one play and miss. But we're just seeing control so far from both ends. These bowlers, aren't bowling half trackers and full tosses and craziness. It's normal bowling. It might not be working perfectly for them, but they've got England, 1 down in the second over.
And Akeal Hosein will continue. He's going to be bowling to Just Butler. Left arm around, he continues. Butler coming forward inside half of the bat. Bats the bowler in his follow through. Now, one thing you and I picked up, Tues, when we were watching when Barry and Roland were on commentary, when Romario Shepherd was batting, he pinged 2 balls to the boundary from just punches, and then he lost all his shape and timing when he was trying to hit it hard. And maybe it's a timing pitch. Oh, Butler is going to step to the leg side here as Hosein is coming into bowl. He then gets back into line, pushes into the covers, and there is no run. But it looks like if the harder you try and hit it, the less you actually time it kind of pitch, at the moment anyway.
I also think that's when the ball is skidding on a little bit more, right? So you can play that.
Akeal Hosein in, left arm around. Butler switches and tries to get it past Roston Chase at backward point. Doesn't, but gets it far enough away from him that they're able to take a single. So England 12 for 1.
And you can do that as well when you've got more pace on the ball. With the West Indian bowlers bowling a lot slower than the England bowlers at the minute, especially Archer and Saqib. So you have to sort of go a little bit harder at it. As you say, you just don't want to lose your shape. Shepherd in those shots that Macca's talking about. Just pure control punches.
Jacks to face Akeal Hosein. Steps away to leg to give himself room to access the offside and hits it along the floor through the covers. Another boundary for Will Jacks. He's got 13 now. 3 fours in that as England are 16 for 1.
Yeah, that was giving the young man some confidence. It's that ball that sort of comes in with the arm from Akeal. He's just giving himself a little bit of room. Hits it through the covers. Really good shot. Locking on that back foot.
Makes you take a risk, doesn't he, Akeal?
Cleared the front leg there to play it off the back foot through the covers. Akeal Hosein to come in. Is this going to be the arm ball? It's certainly coming in, and it's clipped on the onside. They've got a catching mid-wicket. They wouldn't have needed a catching mid-on there, as it was clipped into the onside. England will take a single. 17 for 1, trying to make 159.
That's that one again where he just gets his foot quite far across himself. And so the bat's coming through from sort of second slip. And he clipping it to mid-wicket.
Akeal Hosein to finish the over. Just Butler really bends the knees and gets down low to this one. Punches it past the bowler. Down to long off and they will amble their way through for a single. 3 overs completed, therefore, of the 20. 18 for 1. Trying to make 159 England here on talkSPORT 2. The second match of this 5-match series. England winning last night by 8 wickets. A win this evening puts them 2 up, therefore, with 3 to play. We have 3 matches left, all of them in St Lucia. The next game on Thursday. So a travelling day and then a couple of days to get everything ready. Thursday, then Saturday and Sunday. All of the games in this series, 8 p.m. UK time. Starts 4 p.m. in the Caribbean. So 7:30 we're on air for those here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Right, Matthew Forde to bowl his second. The first over went for 9. In he comes, and Jos Buttler takes half a step down the pitch just to get some impetus into the ball. Can't beat Brandon King at extra cover, though, and there is no run.
He doesn't like these sort of slower bowlers, does he, Jos Buttler? We've seen before he will use his feet a little bit here, and also, you know, to try and upset it. But we've heard Buttler and Ben Stokes talk about this before. This sort of 128 pace, they're like, we just want the ball to come on a little bit more, so I'm going to use my feet, come down the wicket and change that. It's an interesting tactic, and it's, you know, it helps Forde as well, gives him a chance. Buttler is on the move. Butler's currently trying to take some of the, what do you call it before?
Marbles.
Some of those marbles off the wicket. The marble run.
He's done that, got back in position, and now actually takes another half step down towards the bowler. Taken on the pad is Buttler. It rolls through to slip, and Rovman Powell takes a shy at the stumps. Direct hit. I'm pretty sure that Jos Buttler is back in his ground. They are going to check. Yeah, he is safely back. But again, he's just trying to get that impetus back into the ball and into the shot.
He's a little bit lost there, Buttler, as well. When you nick the ball into your pad, you're not 100% sure it is. We're seeing Pooran come up to the stumps now because he's using his feet. But yeah, you just get a little bit confused for a moment, and that's why there was a small chance for a run out.
Forde in, outside of off stump. Great take by Pooran. Big swing at that one from Jos Buttler, gets nothing on it. Pooran, as Jarrod mentioned, is standing up to a bowler who's bowling, well, that one was 127 kilometres an hour. It was fairly short and wide, and it went straight into the middle of the right hand. That is a fabulous take.
Would have been a hell of a catch if he got any bat on that, though, because that took off.
Well, you're not going to have time to react. It's either going to stick or it's not. Forde in once again. Butler's hitting this time past the extra cover fielder, and it's away for 4. Beat him on the right hand side, and Jos Buttler goes to 7. England 22 for 1, 4 balls into the 4th over.
Butler's wrists are so powerful that he's sort of thinking, oh, I've done all right as the bowler, and then at the last minute he just goes, no thank you, you're gone, and he just hits it with tremendous power.
You know, we've said a lot of nice things about Matthew Forde and his accuracy and everything. He's bowling very wide here with no fielders out.
Yeah, it's an unusual plan. Forde is in once again. Edge by Buttler, and it lands just short and wide of Moti at backward point, and a run away for 4. Could have easily been out. Scorebook says 4, England 26 for 1.
Yeah, he's bowled with a little bit of width. The angle back from Buttler just looked like shaped in and then just moved away off the seam beautifully. And he's thinking, oh, is it going to go to sort of that gully, deep gully? And it was a sprawling dived over it, went for 4, back-to-back boundaries.
It's a good ball. I just think he's still about 6 to 8 inches wider than he needs to be. You bowl that ball close in, and you know you're in a much better position. Slips out, is he, Mako?
Slip is out. Keeper still standing up. Final ball off the Forde over, and Jos Buttler has aimed a big drive at this one. Can't beat the fielder at mid-off, who is Hines, and that is the end of the over. 4 gone here on talkSPORT 2, 26 for 1. It's been a weird day of cricket today. This is the 3rd T20 match of the day, and we've also had a one-day international, and the West Indies' disappointing score of 158 for 8 has been the highest score made today.
And the other 2, one was defended, and the other one was flirted with. I think, South Africa was 7 wickets down, and before Coetzee came in and started smashing them everywhere.
So yeah, I'll just take you through today. Australia Pakistan in their one-day international, so 50 over game. The Aussies bowled out for 140. Pakistan knocked those off 2 down. India made 124 for 6 in their T20 against South Africa. South Africa chased them down 7 down. And then New Zealand defended 108 after being bowled out, as Sri Lanka were bowled out for 103. So this is the highest scoring game of the day. Akeal Hosein to start the 5th over. Left armour, it's the arm ball. Inside half of Jacks' bat. Rutherford will field at short mid-wicket, no run.
It's these low-scoring classics that we used to commentate on the IPL back in the day, Macca. Don't always need 240, plays 230. Low-scoring games give you good cricket as well.
Absolutely. 159 the target for England. They're 26 for 1 in the 5th over. Off the back foot is Jacks, punching to cover. Brandon King can't stop cleanly and won't prevent the single being taken. Jacks goes to 15 from 12. Butler 11 from 13, comes back on strike.
Always, after there was a stint where Mark Wood did some commentary and he sort of let a tip out about Joss Butler when he's going to go downtown or he's going to go aggressive. He just dips his shoulder a couple times. Every time I watch him bat now, he does a little shimmy. And if he does a shimmy, he's going big.
That's got to have gone round the bowling community around the world. Akeal Hosein, he's coming down the pitch and he did the shoulder dip. Jarrod is just completely blown away by that. It's gone to Matt Ford at mid-on, didn't time it, throw at the non-striker's end, direct hit, single is taken. But just as Tudes has called it, he's done exactly that. The shoulder dip, comes on the charge, doesn't time it.
That's incredible, isn't it? You just see it's like a twitch, isn't it?
I can't believe, like, Mark Wood said it a couple of years ago. He was on comms, and he says, when Joss does a little shimmy with his shoulder, he's going big. And he did it. Bit like that one where he called it and he did it next ball. So every time I watch him now, IP or whatever, trust me, he does it.
People are going to be diving for YouTube. Stay with us until the end of the game, folks. We'll talk about it. Hosein is in to start the next delivery to Will Jacks, and it's launched back over his head for 6. Jacks cleared the front leg, almost had his weight going backwards, but a long swing of the bat path takes it back over the bowler's head for 6. The first of the England innings. 34 for 1, 125 more are required by England.
Yeah, if you're a Surrey fan, you've seen this on a regular. He's a very powerful young man. And as you said, his weight was going back, but he has tremendous power, and once he hits it, it stays hit. It's a good shot. This would do him the world of good.
And not good signs for the West Indies, as the ball is wet now. And their best bowler has 8 balls left. And he's just been whacked back over his head for 6. There's kind of 3 bad signs within that. But yeah, it's been hit into the outfield and straight away it's gone. Very, very damp.
Akeal Hosein just very gently used his finger to point towards the offside there. I think that's a signal to Pooran. He goes in. Oh, it's down the leg side. Big sweep attempted by Jacks. It's gone up in the air. It's taken by Pooran. And he's saying, well, has it come off the pad and rolled off the glove or something on the way through, or the bat?
Well, my favourite bit was Akeal Hosein had turned around before the catch was taken and was walking back.
And as a result, Pooran was looking around going, are we going to review? And no one was interested. Final ball of the Hosein over then. Oh, no. He was about to start and then didn't. 1 for 17. I think he's about to complete his 3rd over. 34 for 1 England. Jacks waits. Akeal Hosein goes in. It's outside of off stump, and Will Jacks will drive it for a single all the way along the floor, down to Romario Shepherd at long off, and 5 overs are completed. 35 for 1 then. England in their pursuit of this 159 to win. The required run rate 8.3, 124 more runs off 90 balls is the equation. So England are actually slightly slower than the West Indies at this point, but the West Indies were already 3 wickets down by this stage, so it's a case that actually, although England are behind, because they know what they need to score, they know how they can pace things, and they've got those extra couple of wickets in hand, it means that they can be pretty satisfied with the work so far. Keep reminding you, it's 1-0 up with 3 to play after tonight, and it will be Romario Shepherd to bowl, and Barry Wilkinson will describe the action for you.
So this is a really good game we've got on. 159 the target. The required run rate 8.27. Jacks beginning to look very flamboyant. Here comes Shepherd now. So he comes in and bowls to Jacks. And Jacks tails away and smashes this. Absolutely smashes this over the mid-off area. A couple of bounces into the boundary for 4. Well, I can tell you this. I didn't see a lot of Jacks in the game yesterday or even in the 50-over match. But having seen him tonight, he is indeed a very attractive player. And that's another boundary to him. I think he's got 5 boundaries in this knock of 27. That was the most confident. Shepherd is going to have to revamp his thoughts. There's a short third man, a cover point, a cover and an extra cover. There's a mid-off, a mid-on, a mid-wicket on the boundary, and a backward square on the boundary and a short fine leg. Here comes Shepherd now as he comes in now and bowls to Jacks. And Jacks this time is flicking this just to the left of the umpire, behind square, for a single. 40 for 1. Don't forget the target is 159. The West Indies tonight, again, just going below par. Last night it was 182. And tonight they've even done much less. So this is going to be a very big task for them in terms of defending it, because so far their bowling looks a little short. Here comes Shepherd now, bowls to Butler. And Butler comes down the pitch and smashes this in the air. I don't know if he's going to get full value backward of point. He's going to go down to the boundary and gets there now. It was not the most authentic, confident Jos Buttler kind of shot, but he was able to get it into the boundary. He came down the pitch and just took a big whack at it. It came off the outer portion of the bat, down to the backward point area, and it rolled into the boundary. Roston Chase didn't have a chance, and Moti, as they tried to give chase. No pun intended. So, 44 now for 1. Butler goes to 16, trying to make it for that one bowler last night. Here comes Shepherd in again and bowls to Butler. Butler this time is driving straight down the ground. Beautiful shot. 6 runs out to long off. That's more like it for Jos Buttler. One of the most attractive T20 cricketers anywhere you would find in the world. The man who's now at Lancashire, originally from Somerset. He certainly looks so good when he's driving the ball and hitting it into the media centre. A slow delivery, he picked it well. When he's on the go, this game can finish quite soon. So Jos Buttler, 22. The partnership 50. 109 runs to win from 86 balls. Butler 22. It's 50 for 1 in over number 6. As Butler on strike again. Here comes Shepherd and bowls. Butler this time is going for a reverse, for a scoop. And that scoop shot is going to carry it down to the final line boundary for 4 more. But this is attractive cricket. This is really good cricket from Jos Buttler. I have to admit that I love to see him on the go, even if it's against the West Indies. When he's in this mood, you're going to be entertained from every ball he's played.
Yeah, certainly so, Barry Wilkinson. I mean, he's one of probably England's best ever white ball cricketer, I would say, Jos Buttler. And let me just get that right, probably batter. And a very, very experienced and exciting player.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Butler. And Butler comes down the pitch again and drives in the air, and it almost caught at extra cover. That would have been a really good catch by Rutherford had he taken it. But it was, I don't think he had a chance. You're saying that it came off the ground, Roland?
And Rutherford still on the ground, and Butler, let's wait and see. As the over is completed, but these two going neck and neck, really. Butler 28 and Jacks 27. Similarity in the number of balls that they faced as well, really. Just 17 for Jacks and 18 for Butler. And at this stage, West Indies were 44 for 3. And it's noticeable, Barry. You can see once again the Jew having a big say in proceedings out there. You can just see the bowlers having some difficulty in gripping the ball. But yeah, you're right about Jos Buttler. I think over the years, you know, as a white ball cricketer, He has been an excellent servant for England.
You're saying, Roland, that came up, that was a chance for a catch.
He never got a hand on it.
No, he didn't get a hand on it.
But as I said, at the end of the day, you thought that he'd got a hand on it. But actually, looking at Rutherford's hand, he seems to have so much plaster on his hands.
Yeah, I'm not sure what's happened there, or why he has all of that protection. But Jack's on strike now, and this time it's a delivery on the off stump that's punched to the covers for one. A lot of similarities between Butler and Jacks in terms of how they shape up.
Yeah, I think that both of them, like to play off the back foot. Butler can actually go down the ground as well, but two very inventive players. Obviously, Jacks is a new man on the block, so he's learning from a good man.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this time it's Butler who's on driving for another single out to the mid-wicket area for one.
Yeah, the field well spread, particularly on the leg side for the left arm spinner. There's nobody saving a single in front of the wicket on the onside. There's just a short, fine leg there in Mario Shepherd, but acres of space on the leg side, and then big gaps on the offside as well.
This is down the leg side and flicked away out to the mid-wicket area for one more.
Yep, it will always be a single because there's no one in that area.
Yeah, and if they're going to do that, they've got to change their line.
Well, I think at the moment he's got two catching on the offside.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this delivery on the line, the off stump, driven to cover, no run.
And Butler just having a good look at Morty. Doesn't really have to take any chances against Morty, just can only bowl just the 4 overs.
This one is swung out to mid-wicket again for another single. Who was that down there? Is that Terrence Hines?
Yes, Hines. Who will probably get the opportunity to bowl today?
I think
Terrence.
that's looks to me like it's Hetmar who's on for some money. Hines is actually at the backward square leg boundary. Looks like Hetmar at the deep cover to me. I'll get that confirmed.
Just change the field now.
Here he comes again and bowls, and this time it's played back to Moti, and there's no run. The over ends. 7 gone, 60 for 1.
Yeah, tight over there by Moti, but also well played by Butler and Jacks, not taking any chances whatsoever. He's keeping wickets intact. 99 required now in 78 balls. Another change in the bowling. It looks as if Hosein is going to come back into the attack. At one stage it looks as if Roston Chase was going to be their preferred choice, but maybe he's going to bowl from the other end at some point.
Yeah, so Akeal Hosein has switched ends. Butler on 30 is on strike. Let's see what happens from this Malcolm Marshall end as he comes in and bowls to Butler. Butler is edging down to third man. This should go for 4. Rutherford gets chased, but just to collect. So Butler continues to bat with that enterprise that we know he has. 4 more to him. He's rushed to 34 from 22. 64 for 1. If he continues like this, we'll have an early night at Kensington.
But not in control of that one. Butler stayed on the back foot, was looking to force it through the extra cover. A little bit of extra bounce, thick edge. Once it gets on the hill on the way down, there's no stopping that.
Here he comes again and bowls. Short ball, punched to cover. No run there for him on this occasion.
Yeah, just losing his experience, Butler. Staying, knowing the ball's skidding on, just staying on the back foot.
Here he comes again to bowl to Butler. Butler just waits. Very patient. Pushes the ball back to cover. 1 run.
Just looking at the crowd, Barry, they're pretty quiet at the moment. It's a good one too. It's a good crowd.
Yeah, it's a very good crowd. The Greenwich Haynes stand is virtually full. Here he comes in again and bowls to Jacks, and Jacks this time is driving back to the bowler, still no run. So the switch has certainly worked. He's looked much better from this end.
Yeah, just not trying to spin the ball, just really trying to get a little bit of drift. It's been difficult to grip the ball at this time.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Jacks, and Jacks gets a short ball, punches it out to cover point. One more run. Required run rate only 7.6, Roland.
Yeah, obviously lots of... I guess Chase has got a ball at some point, so that's another 4, so that'd be 12 overs there from the spinners if they bowl all their overs.
Here he comes in now and bowls to Butler again, and Butler this time is driving back to the ball, no run. The over ends. A good one there from Akeal Hosein. 66-1 after 8.
Yes, and Hossein's his work is over, so you won't see him for the rest of the night. He's got 1 for 24 off his 4. So still quite a lot of pace has to be bowled. So Moti, let's have a look at Moti's figures right now. Moti has bowled just the 1 over, and so England find themselves in a very, very good position at 66 for 1.
So this is going to be Moti to continue now. Bowls to Jacks, and Jacks is on the back foot and drives up to the mid-on area for 1. What is the plan here from the West Indies? It just seems a little flat. I'm not quite sure what's the plan.
Well, I don't think there's a lot that they can really do. I think the limited resources for this type of pitch, they're really relying on the spinners. I think they're really hoping that a couple of the English batsmen will give their wickets away.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this one is hit in the air, straight though. It's gone between the fielders and it's gone into the boundary for 4.
Yeah, miss hit there. That really was a miss hit. He didn't time that at all, Butler, but he's obviously got a very good bat. It's just skidded onto him, and he's literally hit it with one hand, really. The bottom hand came off the bat, and it went straight down the ground. 1 bunks 4.
Here he comes again and bowls. This time he comes down the pitch and smashes this. Huge hit over long on. 6 runs.
That's gone over the stand. That's Joss Butler, the Joss Butler that we know. That one's landed on top of the 3W's pavilion, and just like Andrew Russell did the other day, just roll over the back. So that's, you just don't realise, Barry Wilkinson, how big a hit that is, because that is a very tall stand, and when it lands on top of it, and we're seeing it here now, and it just bounces off and goes over the side.
Those photovoltaics have taken a battering.
Yeah, I think they're going to have to replace a few of those in a very short order. It looks as if they're replacing the ball already, because surely they can find that ball, Barry, or did they just change, or maybe they're just getting one just in case, because the area behind that pavilion on that side is just where the net area is, so it's grassland. Should be able to find that ball quite easily.
You know, Joss Butler reminds me of A.B. de Villiers when he gets going and he gets in a zone. He's so dynamic, hard to stop.
Yeah, he's a very good player. I think he understands the game, and he understands batting well, and he understands situations. So in doing that, he really works out very quickly what a bowler is trying to do, and he adjusts to that situation very well. you know, the fact that he's been so successful over such a long period of time, you know, really just tells you how good a player he is and how important a player he is really to this England side. You know, there have been speculation that, you know, that he's past his best, but I would say that he's still got a lot of cricket left in him.
Well, they've changed the ball. That one was smashed out of the ground. No good luck finding that. Josh Butler. You look at him at age 34. Just turned 34. So, I mean, look, he's got a lot of cricket left, I reckon.
Well, yeah, because, you know, a few years ago, you know, don't forget, he'd been playing Test cricket. He was playing 50 over. He was playing T20. The fact that Test cricket now is certainly not on the cards for him, and it's more just the T20 and 50 over. You know, he's a pretty fit boy. He's looked after himself.
57 Test matches. That's a lot. That's not one or two. 181 ODIs and 125 T20s. Here comes Moti now. Balls to Butler. Butler this time is just playing the ball into the onside for a single out to the wicket. His average in T20s 35.47, 3,200 runs. His average in ODIs just under 40, 39.54. But he's got 11 centuries. And his average in Tests was 31.94. But only 2 centuries there as a keeper. So I think he was slightly disappointed in the Test arena, as Jacks drives back to Moti and there's no run.
Yeah, quicker delivery that last ball by Moti, who's now completed his second over. So West Indies are going to have to make some decisions very soon. And they're making one right now. It looks like Roston Chase is going to react the ball from her commentary position here. And what they'll be hoping for is that he can break this partnership, which is becoming quite worrisome. The partnership is worth 78 of 54 deliveries. And obviously West Indies would be expecting Chase to bowl 4 overs.
So here comes Chase now as he runs in and bowls, and this delivery is flicked into the onside, just to the 4 square position for single. So one more run to take the total to 79 for one Roland. 80 from 65, looking good.
Yeah, well, obviously with wickets in hand, that always puts the game in perspective. I think West Indies need to get a clut of wickets. If things stay as it is right now, then England should get home. But still a long way to go.
Wide delivery there from Roston Chase, and has gone down to the boundary for what should be 5 in all, 4 wides and then the actual wide.
Yeah, I don't think Pooran had much chance there really. It was bowled at a pretty good pace and way outside the leg stump there, and before he could get across there, the ball was on its way to the boundary. So we've seen quite a bit of that tonight in terms of extras on both sides.
Here he comes in again, and a bowls, and this delivery is short and down the leg side, turned down to the backward square leg region for 1.
Yeah, spare thought for Roston Chase. Barry, he's an off spinner. He's not going to find it easy gripping this ball. It's going across this outfield.
Faster delivery, tugged away, out to mid-wicket. 1 more run. Here comes Jacks, taps and waits as Chase bowls. Down the leg side again. What's with this down the leg side, Roland? Turned back with a square for one more.
Well, as I alluded to earlier, Barry, it is difficult to grip the ball. You know, it's the surface out there is very damp. I mean, you can see it on the surface already. The dew. It's not easy for a spinner. And the ball's just skidding on, and Chase is just bowling it into the pitch.
This one is swung mightily hard over mid-wicket for 6. What a shot there from Jos Buttler.
Yeah.
Brings up his 50 as well. He goes to 54, 93 for 1. You've just got to love Jos. Everything to love about him.
Yeah, terrific shot that. It was in the slot. And trusting the pitch because he knows the ball's just going to skid on. There's not going to be any hold up in the pitch. It's not going to turn. It just skids on nicely and he just hit through the line.
Again, down the leg side, turned down behind square for 1. 10 overs gone, Roland. 94 for 1 after 10.
Yeah, and I think England are in an excellent position right now. The run rate required is only 6.5, so that should not be too difficult. Right now, there are no terrors out there in this pitch. And if we go back to some hours earlier, Barry, I think winning the toss again was very, very important to the outcome of this game, because we've seen it over the games we've had here in Barbados that in the evening it is very difficult for the bowling side to have control of the game, whether it's pace or spin. At the moment it appears that nothing happens in the evening in terms of something happening on the pitch. And a repeat again so far in this innings. Batting has been relatively easy, but you can't take it away from Jackson Butler. They've both played well, particularly Jos Buttler. His 55 has come in 33 deliveries, and Jacks has faced 26 for his 33, but partnership has realised 94 and 61, so that's excellent cricket by England, and West Indies have got it all to do.
So then, 94 for 1 after 10. Hand it back over to Andrew McKenna.
Apologies, Barry. Jumped in all over you. My apologies. So we're at the halfway stage. Yeah, 94 for 1. 5 bowlers used by the West Indies so far. Akeal Hosein is bowled out. 4 overs, 1 for 24. 2 overs have cost 17. Romario Shepherd's 1 over has cost 21. Moti 2 overs, 0 for 16. Roston Chase 1 over for 16. It means the debutant, Terence Hines, hasn't bowled yet, which is slightly surprising as we're at the halfway stage, and England are way past the halfway mark in terms of this run chase. 65 from 60. If you're the captain, you'd surely be thinking about, well, actually, we need to give him a go, because otherwise it'll be too late sooner rather than later. But those are the West Indies problems. Let's talk about Jos Buttler. I think most people know by now that I've got a proper man crush on him, and he's delivering once again, Tude. We've seen him play some of these shots so many times, but the 6 that went 115 metres onto the roof of the 3W stand was something else.
He's world class. It's as simple as that. He's world class in the white ball format. He is world class. As Roland said, he's England's best white ball cricketer for me, and I've seen and watched a lot of cricket, and he is just the 360 nature, the effortless ease that he hits the ball when he wants to. And me telling that thing to Jarrod, I've never seen a computer take an absolute lashing. He's getting all like his score it when he's be it IPL, World Cups, whatever, and he's watching it and he's so excited. He's so excited.
Yeah, the talkSPORT cricket Twitter feed and YouTube channel is obviously the place to go, but if you keep an eye over Jarrod's social media channels, you're going to see an awful lot of stuff. Right, we've got Terence Hines going to come on and bowl his right arm seam, and that one, it's a slingy action. It's wide of off stump, and Jos Buttler hits it with no timing to mid off. and there is no run.
I remember scouting Terence Hine a few years ago and having a look at him, and he's got this like air of like club cricketer about him. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's not he doesn't look like a professional cricketer, but he's an incredible athlete. I don't think he's very tall, but he's really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got big, strong shoulders, and that's where the power from this delivery is coming. But it's wide of off stump, and Jos Buttler hits it wide of mid-off for 4. And England go to 98 for 1. Butler has 59 of those from just 35 deliveries.
But the problem is that he is a slingy kind of bowler, and he's not always that accurate. But when he can get the ball to tail, or he can hit a good spot for a position, he's very good. He's obviously an older player who's really come into his own. But again, the problem, he's about 5'10", maybe 5'9". He's 132 k's an hour, and he's not very accurate. You know, against players like this, you're going to go.
Hines is on the way, wider of the crease. Butler goes on the reverse, actually. So Hines bowls the slower ball cutter at only 107 kilometres an hour, and actually beats Jos Buttler there. Swings through that one and doesn't get anything on. Yeah, you don't get many 32-year-old debutants in T20 cricket, but that's what Terence Hines is. He's only bowled 14. He's only had 14 games of domestic T20 cricket. 11 wickets at 34.5, best of 3 for 17, economy rate of 9.6. Hines bowls wide on the crease into the hitting arc of Jos Buttler, who mooses him over long on for 6. The England 100 is up with the 5th 6 of the innings, 65 from 37.
It's the disdain after he hits it. He's looking down. He's not even watching the ball. He's not looking at it, how far he's going. He just knows once he's made connection, it's going. That bottom hand and the speed through the shot is incredible. I can't stress it enough how easy he makes striking look. He just does it. It's as easy as archery is on the eye of bowling.
It's a gorgeous, gorgeous thing. 55 from 56 needed. Butler threatens to go outside the off stump and then stays put. Hines drags it down short, and Butler with no timing, and actually the bottom hand comes off the bat. It just bloops out into the offside, and the cover sweeper will come in and collect that for a single. 105 for 1.
Tudes was all over the shoulder shimmy there. He was waiting for that one. No, it's a couple of times he's got his bat in front of him. It is a slower pitch. I mean, it doesn't look like it, but with a better bowling lineup, I still think they could have done something in this game.
Hines goes in and bowls. This time it's Jacks hitting past extra cover, and well, there's 2 men out, one at long off, one at deep cover, and neither can get round to cut that one off. So Terence Hines' first over in international T20 cricket goes for 15. 2 fours, a 6 and a single. England 109 for 1 here on talkSPORT 2. They've got it down to 50 needed from 54 balls with 9 wickets in hand. If you need a translation, that's a canter in international T20 cricket if it carries on like this.
Interestingly enough, though, again, with Butler and Jacks, they are not playing the way that we have seen England play at times, which is just foot all the way down to the floor. They're waiting for that. In the case you've got a debutant who's a little bit nervous, who's not very accurate. You can see with his action, he's probably not going to put the ball on the spot all that much. You know, he's got that sort of Craig White action, if you will, a little bit, maybe about a foot shorter. I'm not sure.
And about 10-15 miles an hour slower.
He's a lot slower.
he was sharp, let me tell you.
Yeah. And they're just waiting for the bad balls, aren't they? Putting them away. Will Jacks' strike rate is not that incredible.
Roston Chase to start in the over. Oh my goodness. Butler has tried to launch that to the moon and got an inside edge onto his feet, and it goes nowhere. 109 for 1 it remains. By the way, this is Jos Butler's second fastest 50 in the West Indies in T20s, behind the 26-ball 50 he got in Taruba in December last year. He hits hard this time into the leg side. Long on is Rothman Powell, who is tiptoeing his way along the area that is very wet and has still got that drying agent on him, and you can see him actually skid slightly there as he tries to get the brakes on. Single taken, 110 for 1, and Roston Chase has swapped Jos Buttler for Will Jacks. who can hit a ball just as destructively. Jacks waits for chase and just elects to stay in his crease, punch to long on and say, thanks very much, I'll just take the single. I've got 38 from 28. I'm going along quite nicely, but there's 111 for one. But Joss, over to you.
I agree with you, Jarrod, as well, because, you know, normally they go helter-skelter, but you don't need to against this bowling lineup because you're getting served up some absolute freebies. So you just put, you know, they're good players, so they're going to dispatch them, aren't they?
Chase in once again. Butler smashes him over his head, and Romario Shepherd is down at long off. He's a big man. He had a flailing right hand, but he can't stop that ball. The 6th six of the innings England have hit, and Jos Buttler goes to 73 from 41.
He's just gone for a quick ball, but it's wide of the stumps. It's almost seam up, and it's a throwdown. It's literally what you would get before the game.
Range hitting.
Yeah, it's just for range hitting, and it's good batting, of course.
Chase in once again, in the arc. Butler hits into the leg side, over the leg side. Someone go and fetch that one. Back-to-back maximums. England 123 for one, and it's now down to potentially 6 shots to win it. England need 36.
Skipper's in the mood. Such a dangerous player, so pleasing on the eye when you see him striking it this way. No boundary in world cricket's big enough, and I think he's had enough. I think he's saying, listen, we'll do it in Mr. McKenna's stint. Don't need it anymore. Let's get it done and get home.
Got a table booked at Lone Star. You can't be late for a booking there. Butler 79 from 42, 123 for one. Chases in. Butler hammers it back past the bowler for 4, all along the floor. I reckon Romario Shepherd would have had to have moved 10 metres to stop that ball. He moved 3 of them before the ball hit the boundary road. That was smoking along this slightly damp outfield, and England now need 32 from 48.
I think they're happy to have the skipper back. And as I said, when you've got a world-class individual and it's your captain, and he comes back in the side and he just shows everyone what he can do. And that's the difference. As he just flicks that switch. He gets the old shoulder shimmy going, which has got our lad going absolutely mad on his computer. But it is something to behold, to watch, to see, to commentate on. It really is frightening. I'm glad I'm here. I'm glad I don't have to bowl at him.
Yeah, Jos Buttler's 25th 50 in T20 cricket. He's only had 100, but it's his 4th 50 against the West Indies, and now his best score against the West Indies. His previous best was 67. So he's 83 from 43. And the West Indies are going to go to the seam of Romario Shepherd to Will Jacks, who came in before Jos Buttler and has got considerably less runs. England now need 1 less to win the game, because Shepherd has started with a big wide outside of off stump. It's now 31 needed from 48.
Which West Indian bowler has the least amount of front arm? Is it Terence Hines, Andre Russell, or Romario Shepherd? Romario Shepherd just came in there like he'd had his hand in his left pocket. It was just all swing from the right arm.
In he goes once again, and he's bowled pretty much the same delivery. That's wide of off stump, wide of the blue marker, and is called wide again. So we've had no legitimate delivery so far, and we've got 2 runs from the over. England need 30 from 48.
I can tell you one job I wouldn't want, which is James Franklin's one, which is the bowling coach of this. He's saying to Darren Sammy at the moment, guys, you're only picking one bowler. Yeah. I can look how good I am with Akeal Hosein.
He's just actually had a full shake of the head. Shepherd goes in. It's a ball that Jacks can hit, and he's hit it eventually to long off and been caught. But Ford, I reckon, has had 3 goes at taking the catch there. He's ended up sitting on the turf as it plops into his lap. Jacks is out, and he can't believe it. It was a full ball that Jacks has got a hold of, slaps it to Ford. Ford has 1 go at the catch, ends up sitting on the ground, grabs it at the 2nd attempt, and then turns with a great big grin to the bowler and said, it'll just say caught Ford, bowled Shepherd next to Will Jack's name, 129 for 2.
He's fuming as he's walking off as well, because he knows he should be at least 50 odd not out at the end. Get the skipper to 100 in, 50 odd not out. Day done. As you said, he looked good for his 38, but he has to depart as Liam Livingstone comes in. Well, this could be an absolute hit-a-thon. Let's see who can hit the furthest. I guarantee that he's going to try and hit one further than 150 metres.
It's also worth knowing that West Indies have taken 2 catches in this innings, and both times they've dropped them and managed to cape them on the second chance. And I do mean drop them. These aren't like little fumbles, are they? Matthew Ford looked so surprised that ball landed back where he was. He couldn't stop laughing. I mean, that's just hit him on the chest tubes. And look at him, he's like, well, smooth.
That's the sort of thing that happens during the interval when you get people out onto the outfield from the crowd as some sort of like competition winners. You don't see professional cricketers do that. Right, Livingstone to face, and he's immediately getting a full ball from Shepherd. He's square driven out on the offside to deep backward point, and will take a single.
I mean, going back to James Franklin, as you said, like, who would want the job? To be fair, is in the West Indies.
That's true.
A lot of people would take that job, but I mean, there's a lot of work to do with their technical side of things, isn't it? There's no repeatable action. You're getting 6 different balls and over, so it's very hard to bowl to a plan.
Shepherd to bowl to Butler. Butler stays at home, slaps this one hard to Rutherford, and Rutherford is wringing his left hand and his left thumb. If you used to watch Tom and Jerry cartoons, that his left thumb is currently doing that thing where it's going about 5 foot.
Oh, he dropped it.
It was a catch. I thought Butler had hit it into the floor to start with, and it had got on the bounce therefore, but it hadn't. It was on the full, and his thumb is now throbbing like a Belisha beacon. Drop catch, and it's only just Butler because he slapped the next one back over the bowler's head, but Rodman Powell takes the catch. Butler didn't get it. Dropped the previous ball, caught this one. Butler goes for 83 from 45. England 130 for 3. The captain leaves with 29 needed from 44. He just tried one big one too many. In fairness, he got a good chunk of it, but he didn't quite get enough. And captain catches captain. Just Butler goes for 83.
Was in the slot. In fact, I think both of the wickets, Judes, might have been in the slot, but unfortunately for him, he's just mistimed it, and mid-on has been able to, being able to come on and take that catch. But incredible innings. Started a little bit nervy, had that sort of bottom of the bat ball that went back up past his leg stumps, chipped it around for a little bit, but once he started hitting, that was the end of the game. He just turned the game off. Well, unless they're in the middle of Romario Shepherd-inspired collapse, but essentially just completely changed the game, while Will Jacks sat at the other end going, this is a good view. So incredible innings for a man who was not retained by his IPL side.
Yeah, they've got that one horribly wrong. No, I mean, they have their reasons maybe why, but listen, incredible player. Fantastic innings. He'll be disappointed, as you said, as Macca said, he's only got 1 T20 100 for England. He would like to move that on, but it's hit the bottom of the bat. As you said, it was in the slot. He'll be disappointed that that's not sailing onto the solar panels.
That was going to be a souvenir for Mummy and Daddy. Tudor, wasn't it?
Yeah, they are in the 3 Ws.
That
They're
was
in the 3 W stand, yeah. Dad would have been ready.
Yeah, right off the bottom end of the bat. Right, it is Jacob Bethel who has come in, and in first ball, he's pulling into the leg side. Lewis will do the fielding, and they will take a single. 131 for 3, so 28 more now for victory for England, with 1 ball with a 13th over left.
It's an incredible shot, first ball. It's sort of at the top of off stump, and you say pull, and it kind of was. He kind of silvered on it, but it was almost a straight arm push to wide of long on. It's nice way to time your first delivery, or any delivery if it's me or Macca.
Yeah, absolutely. Right, Livingstone to face Shepherd. He gets a drivable ball. It's all along the floor out to deep cover, and the fielder will prevent any more than a single. So it was an interesting over. It started with 2 wides, wicket 1 dot, wicket 1-1. So Shepherd's 2 overs have now cost 26, but he's taken 2 wickets.
Look, the thing with Shepherd is, if he's your 6th bowler or your 5th bowler and you're only going to use him in the middle, he's okay. The problem in this side is sometimes he's their 2nd or 3rd best bowler. They use him with the new ball, they use him at the death. He's just not that's not what he's good at. And if you look at Andre Russell, Terence Hines, they had the same problem with Romario Shepherd. They had it with Odean Smith. You can go through all these guys, they're not quite good enough to be full-time batters, and they're bowling. They all need to bowl the same overs, which is basically between 7 and 14. And I think Romario Shepherd's quite a clever player. He can't always repeat it, as Tude said. He doesn't have the action to repeat it, but he's quite a clever player. His problem is he just can't do it all the time, and he needs the protection. But they're just asking too much for him. I think it was a year ago we sat here saying the same thing. They were getting him to use the new ball. Romario Shepherd shouldn't be near a new ball unless he's passing it to someone else.
Well, Terence Hines gets the 2nd over after the first one went for 15, and he's going to be coming into Liam Livingston. Wide on the crease. Oh, my goodness, Livingston's aiming something savage into the leg side. And Hines will be very happy that he's not really timed it. And it goes out to a deep mid-wicket only for a single. 26 needed for 41 balls remaining here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel, as England look to go 2-0 up in this series.
Before the night is done, Macca, he is going to try and hit the ball further than just it, I'm telling you. He won't want to be outdone. He likes hitting a long ball.
Jacob Bethel marks his guard. Did we say this on air or off air last night? But he does look uncannily like Sam Curran, a young Sam Curran.
It's freaky. Last night I was like, why have they sent Curran out? I think Katie was watching for a while and got the wrong batter.
Hines comes in and bowls to Bethel, leaning into this cover drive. Pushes it out to the cover sweeper and will take a single.
It is weird to say someone looks like a young Sam Curran, because Sam Curran looks like a young Sam Curran, but he looks like a younger Sam Curran.
He looks like Sam Curran when Sam Curran was doing his paper round still.
Exactly. And it's the helmet that brings in it's the shape of their chins. It's well framed by the helmet.
Posture as well. A little bit of posture. The way they sort of the right shoulder dips a little bit higher than the left one.
All right.
Enough with your shoulder dipping. You're obsessed, man.
Very observant.
Right, the West Indies are bringing square leg into the circle so they can put another man out straight for Livingston. Terence Hines is on his way and swing and a miss. That is poor cricket. Swing and a miss from Livingston. It goes through to Pooran, who misses it completely, and it goes for 4 byes, dead straight behind the stumps.
I can tell you, Liam Livingston, he turned to Terence Hines and said, did he miss that? To be honest, that tailed a little bit, and I did say before, when he reverses it, it can be a little bit handy, but Nicholas Pooran was not watching the ball at all. He was not ready for that at all. And he's just got, I mean, it doesn't matter, but it's one of the reasons why it can be a bit of a risk making him your wicketkeeper at times.
When you have Shea Hope not in the side. I mean, to give you an idea, he wasn't really watching and then sort of reacted by going one-handed at it and didn't get close.
You can make a disappointed dad voice there as talkSPORT's resident wicketkeeper.
There's a few club keepers looking at that going, hey, I can do better than that. 21 from 39 is the equation. Slower ball outside of off stump by Hines. No timing on this from Livingston. Chop back to the bowler, no run.
You two are being polite. It was lazy wicket keeping. It was just very lazy, and that's what's put against him, isn't it? That he's not quite on it all the time. Listen, he's a very talented, gifted batsman. He can do some good things behind the stumps, but sometimes you get what we just saw.
Well, you and I both coach younger players, and the first thing you say to them is, if you're a good batter, it's actually harder to keep because you think, oh, I would have hit that.
Hines in bowls, and bowls are wide. Very full, and was going Yorker, and it's landed outside, not only outside the blue marker, but outside the white marker as well. It's a wide bowler again, 139 for 3.
So when you get kids playing, you get someone in front of them with a stump, so that they can train into their brain every ball is going to come through. And it takes a while, doesn't it? Because the better the batter, I find it's so much harder because they're just like, oh, I would cream that. And I was like, yeah, it's behind you.
I would suggest that he watches Ben Folkes drills.
I thought you were going to say Andrew McKenna.
Well, listen, I've not been on the field and seen the great man. I've heard a lot. And he is very passionate about his wicket keeping. You can tell. You've seen it. What's he like? What's he?
Yeah.
Is he Jack Russell? Is he Alex Stewart? Is he Gilchrist?
He's not quite as athletic as Gilchrist. I think that's fair to say. Do you know what he is? He's a tidy club keeper.
Yeah, I'll take that. Hines has just cleaned off the mud off the soles of his shoes and then goes in and bowls again. And it's a wide full toss that Livingston takes the outside half of the bat and goes through gully, and it's away for 4. England 143 for 3. They are closing in on victory. It's 16 more needed.
Feel for him a little bit here. He's actually bowled a good over. I know the buys don't go against him, but when he's reverse swinging it, and because of his action, he's going to do it more than most. He's quite handy. So he's got one through Livingston. His slower ball really stops. You're seeing a couple of the England players now look up at each other as just to say, you've got to watch this guy's slower ball. But he's bowling wide Yorkers at this stage with third up. He's going to go for 4s, as we were saying with England's innings as well.
Final ball of his second over. He's gone for 22 already. Hines is in. It's not going to be the final ball. He's going to have to bowl that one again. It's a wide. 15 needed from 37 balls.
We've had some extras today, Jude.
Oh. I'll tell you what, if you were listening to William Hill earlier, they didn't give us odds on extras being top scorer, but they might need to for the next game. England had 29 in their innings, and we've had 9. Well, that's before this one, so there's a few more to add on. We're at about 16 for the innings. That one is a slower ball wide, and Livingston has thrown his hands at that one, and fortunately from Livingston's point of view has hit it so poorly it's actually going to land about 15 metres in from the boundary riders. End of the over. England need 14 more for victory from 36. 145 for 3 is the scoreline. Bethel 2 not out, he'll be on strike. Livingston 8 not out from 7. Just while we've got a moment on this one, this is a hill I am willing to die on, but this is something that drives me absolutely crackers. So Terence Hines is playing this evening. On the back of his shirt is Hines, and on the TV graphics they're putting his name up as Terence. Now I don't mind which name he's going to go by, but can we get both the same? Because if we're trying to get new people to the game, this will be a new player that people won't really know. Can we have some sort of syncing up here?
Can I take it further?
Feel free.
How many conversations we had off air about whether it's Mousley or Mosley?
Yep.
Right? He knows how his name is pronounced. All cricketers know how their name is pronounced. Why don't boards, when they're putting out squads, put the phonetic
absolutely
pronunciations of all players? Can we just get things right?
Yeah.
Do we really have to Pat Cummings for the rest of our life?
In goes Romario Shepherd to start the 15th, and in ducking Yorker, and it's squeezed out by Livingston. They'll take a single. 13 now needed from 35 balls. 146 for 3.
I know you said, Jarrod, with their actions, they're a little bit, they're slingy. Even Shepherd at his height is very slingy. That one just tailed in a little bit.
No, it's definitely reversing a little bit. It's unfortunate for them. It's too late. But you even though I think Terence Hines is the sort of player that could work in another side, but there's no point in batting at number 11, coming on at this stage to try and reverse swing the ball when Romario Shepherd's in the side. But there will be games, Judes, where those two together would be really, really handy. I'm not sure you take Terence Hines all around the world waiting for a reverse swing pitch, but they did list him as an all-rounder and still batted him at 11 too, didn't they?
Yeah. Shepherd comes in, bowls a short ball that does not get up at all to Bethel. Pulls to deep mid-wicket, and they'll take a single. It was a slower ball dug in, but it barely got above, well, I'll be generous and say thigh height. Single taken though, 12 needed from 34 balls for England to go 2-0 up in this 5-match series. They're 147 for 3. Apologies about that rant about the thing, but it does frustrate me because we're trying to attract new people to what we all think is a great sport, but we've got players out on the pitch that you're thinking, well, hang on, who is that? Shepherd goes in and it's a half volley that's wide of off stump, and Livingston's always going to throw his hands at that one. He gets it away. It's a one bounce four. The England 150 is up. 151 for 3 halfway through the 15th over.
Yeah, good shot. It's the bottom hand coming in right at the end there. Up and over, extra cover. Powerfully hit from Liam Livingstone. He displays that whenever he's at the crease. 8 runs to get from 33 balls. 2 hits away.
Or 1 if Kevin Peterson gets his way, with longer sixes being worth more. But anyway, Livingston's 13 from 9. 8 required. In goes Shepherd. Oh, it's short and wide again. Hammered into the covers, and it's landed a foot short of the boundary sponge. 4 more to Livingston. England 155 for 3. 4 more runs to win, and there are 5 overs and 2 balls still available to England.
Look, this thing's obviously gone out of this game, and we can understand all that, but there is an element here of, if you did see a ball reverse swing, why are you bowling halfway down the wicket as wide as physically possible? Why not try a couple more straight and get a cheap wicket here and, put some I mean, we know Livingston's going to swing anyway. Why try and slow him down with wide short balls?
Here comes Shepherd, he's in. It's a full toss outside of off stump, and Livingston has smashed it over extra cover for 6. Game over. England win by 7 wickets, 161 for 3 in 14 overs and 5 balls. They've won with 31 balls to spare. Last night they knocked off 183 with 19 balls to spare. This evening they've absolutely cantered it. Livingston ends up 23 not out from 11. Bethel 3 from 3 balls. Joss Butler will be the headline, and rightly so, with a quite magnificent 83 from 45. But let's not ignore the bowlers. They're the ones who set up this scoreline, because the West Indies restricted to 158 for 8 as Jofra Archer and Saqib Mahmood were bowling lightning at the start of the evening, and their figures don't really tell the tale. Archer ended up with 1 for 31 from 4. Saqib 2 for 20 from 3. They made it. They set this all up, and some late order hitting from the West Indies got them to 158 for 8. But in reply, England have just blown the West Indies away. Phil Salt, 100 not out last night. The first ball of this evening, hitting it straight to Brandon King. First ball of the reply from Akeal Hosein. So 0 for 1 after 1, but that was as good as it got for the West Indies. Phil Jacks, 38 from 29, caught by Ford off the bowling of Shepherd, and then Butler caught by Rovman Powell off the bowling of Shepherd for 83 from 45. Alex Tudor, that is as comprehensive as you could imagine.
Yeah, too good. Just too good. As you say, they got the best of the wicket, I would say, the bowling. You had Archer, Saqib Mahmood, as you say, coming off yesterday with 4 wickets. Archer fresh, had a game off, came into this game to replace Reece Topley, and we're all happy that it's not as serious as first fault and he'll be okay. But they ran in with purpose, ran in with pace, and the ball was doing all sorts. Even up into the 5th and 6th over, it was always going to be difficult for the West Indies batters to deal with that. And, they got amongst it very early. And then with the, as you said, Macca, England bowled extremely well. When it came to the batting element of it, well, as you say, wasn't Salt's day today, and he got out first ball, and that's how cricket will humble you very, very quickly. And then the skipper came in, and as you say, a little bit scratchy to start off with, as expected, coming off a golden duck. But then once that shoulder started to twitch, he went to town and he batted beautifully, and Liam Livingstone just saw it off at the end there, and an emphatic win by England. Getting it, as you said, Macca, with 31 balls left. I mean, geez, that's another 70 runs short, on any given day, with still power to come. You got Overton, who's got the luxury of strolling in at number 8. So, they still got some work to do for me, the West Indies, on the seaming side of it. Their spins, obviously, their strong point, but their seamers, for me, just don't seem to have any plans or the technique to execute what they want.
Wow. So, 2 up, 3 to play. 1 more victory from England in this series will take it. We have a couple of days now before the next game. Thursday will be the next match as everything moves on to St Lucia. All 3 remaining games are in St Lucia. Thursday and then Saturday and Sunday. We're going to be on air at 7:30 for all of those with an 8 o'clock first ball. So join us for those. But what a performance from England. 159 the target. They get there in 14 overs and 5 balls. 7 wickets in hand. Right, let's dig into all of that with the following on podcast.
On DAB+, online, via the talkSPORT app, and on your smart speaker.
International T20 cricket, live. The West Indies versus England.
And he's nicked the next ball through to the keeper.
On talkSPORT 2.
You are listening to the following on podcast. We're looking back on England's 7-wicket victory over the West Indies to go 2-0 up in the 5-match series. I'm Andrew McKenna, joined by the former England fast bowler Alex Tudor, the cricket writer Jarrod Kimber, and of course the West Indian opening batter Roland Butcher, who are going to be joining me to reflect on all the action at the Kensington Oval. We'll discuss a sublime return to form for the England captain Jos Buttler. We'll hear from some of those involved as well and discuss how the West Indies can recover as we go on to St Lucia to complete this series. So plenty to come over the next 25 minutes or so. This is Following On. So let's recap the details for you of this one and take you right back to the toss of the coin. Jos Buttler called correctly again, and as with the first game of this series, he said, West Indies, you can bat first. They posted 158 for 8 from their 20 overs. King 1, Lewis 8, Pooran 14, Chase 13, Powell 43, Rutherford a single, Shepherd 22, Moti 9, Ford 5 not out, Hines 13 not out. The England bowlers, Saqib after his 4 for in game 1, 2 for 20 from 3, Jofra Archer 1 for 31 from 4, Rashid 1 for 32 from his 4, 0 for 20 for Sam Curran from his 3, including a maiden for his first over. Liam Livingstone's 2 overs, 2 for 16, and it was 2 for 29 for Dan Mosley from 4 overs from him. So 159 for victory, the target for England. And they did it in 14 overs and 5 balls, 31 balls to spare, 161 for 3 they were. Phil Salt out from the first ball of the England innings, slapping it straight to Brandon King at cover off the bowling of Akeal Hosein. So 0 for 1, but Will Jacks and Jos Buttler then put on 129 for the second wicket. Jacks was the second wicket, caught by Ford off the bowling of Shepherd. Of course, at the second attempt, it has to be said, 38 from 29 he made. Jos Buttler went 3 balls later for 83 from 45 balls only, 130 for 3. Livingstone and Bethel saw things through. 2-0 up in the series, Alex Tudor, and sublime from England today. Jos Buttler's batting, but also the opening spell from Archer and Saqib was just as good as in its own way.
Yeah, it was impressive, and sometimes, as you say, in T20 format, everyone wants to see the ball to depart to all corners, but I still feel, as you said on commentary, Macca, that there has to be a fair balance between bat and ball, even in this format of the game, if you want to talk about people being great and good, and we sort of throw that around a little too much. But that bowling stint from those two up front, and we'll ask Roland, because obviously he was a little bit disappointed with how Jos Buttler dealt with his bowlers at the back end, but it was a little bit in the uncharted water where the ball in the 5th over and the 6th over was still swinging. So obviously the skipper was saying, listen, I need to keep them going and maybe get a couple more wickets so West Indies are really in the hole. So you could see why he sort of turned to Dan Mosley at the end, and as you said, he still did a good job. Yes, he got 2 for 29, but these series to give everyone a chance. And he's not been seen a lot bowling around the wicket, bowling at 70 odd mile an hour. It's not going to be easy. And the ball that he bowled a skipper out, Rodman Powell, I mean, geez, any fast bowler worth his salt would be happy with that Yorker. Just too strong, too powerful, too clinical, and too good for the West Indies.
Let's bring in Roland Butcher at this point then. So the West Indies post 158 for 8. That is above the average score batting first at Kensington in at T20s. Roland, what was your thoughts on 158 for 8? A little bit light, very light, or were you relatively happy because this was a very different game in comparison to last night?
Yeah, first of all, in the circumstances, I think it was very light. Because what we have seen happening so far here at Kensington Oval in these 3 games, the evening is extremely difficult for the bowlers. Nothing happens. The pitch just seems to go very flat. The ball skids on. Spinners can't grip it. And run scoring becomes very easy. So 158 I thought was not going to be challenging. As it turned out, it was nowhere near challenging. But that's the problem I find here. Winning the toss really dictated, I think, who was going to win the game. We saw it in the last game, and exactly the same thing tonight. You could see really all the bowlers struggling to get the ball anywhere near the batters, and the batters just being very comfortable that they can hit through the line, the ball's going to come on nicely, and they played magnificently.
They did indeed. 158 was always going to be difficult to defend. But Roland, when West Indies take that wicket first ball, they're probably thinking, "Fantastic, we've got a way in," and then Jos Buttler comes and does what he does. And in fact, actually, I think we're going to hear from Jos Buttler very shortly because, surprise, surprise, he has been named as player of the match. We can hear him now speaking with Akeal Hosein.
Yeah, it's great to spend some time in the middle. Bit scratchy for the first few balls, but managed to come through that period, and yeah, really enjoyed it. It's great to be back out there.
Batting at number 3, does it require a slightly different mindset to maybe opening the batting?
Not today, with Salty unfortunately getting out first ball, but yeah, I think I've got lots of experience and I've played for a while. I've batted in lots of different positions, so I think at number 3, like today, you could be in second ball or you could come in, outside the power play. So I'm just sort of waiting to see what happens and playing what's in front of me.
What about Will Jacks, Joss? You guys have placed a lot of belief into him. What in his skill set attracts you guys to keeping him in the team?
Yeah, I think he's got unbelievable talent. He's very dominating, on the crease. He can play unbelievable cricket shots that not many others can. And he's just, I thought today he played really smart. I think he realised that I was going after it. He just wanted to get me back on strike. And he's an experienced guy. He's played lots of franchise cricket and he's going to be a top player for us.
Let's talk about the team performance now, Joss. The power play bowling is something that maybe had a few concerns in the World Cup. This series you've started brilliantly. What has been the difference?
Yeah, no massive difference. I think the guys have picked up those early wickets. I think on this ground particularly, there seems to be an advantage bowling first. There was a bit of movement and Jofra and Saqib bowled fantastically well, and any time you can take power play wickets in this game, it goes a long way to getting you ahead.
Tell me about Dan Mosley and his skill set. I mean, what is that like to have in T20 cricket?
Yeah, it's great. It's pretty unique. There's not many guys who bowl like he does. I'm sure the West Indies guys haven't seen much of him either. So, I think one of his biggest attributes, though, is his character. I think he always wants the ball in hand. He always wants to be in the hot spots with the field, and he's a talented batter as well. But he's a real competitor, and I really like that.
And lastly, one win away from a series win. What will you tell your team to try to secure that next victory?
Yeah, we've got to start again. We're playing against the top team in the West Indies who are excellent at T20 cricket, so they'll want to come back hard, and we've got to be ready from ball 1 of the next game.
Well played today.
Thank you.
Jos Buttler.
Thank you very much, Jos Buttler, for speaking with us so soon there. So Jos Buttler's, it was a phenomenal innings. 83 from 45 balls. As we've got Roland Butcher with us, and none of us are really batters, let's be honest about it. So let's get a batter's appreciation. I mean, Tudes, you did get 99 in a test match, but, that was the outlier in your career.
A couple of first-class hundreds.
Okay. All right, don't milk it. Right, so Roland Butcher, give me an appreciation of what you just watched from Jos Buttler. 83 from 45 balls.
Yeah, we saw an innings by a top-class player who understands his games. He understands the situation. He understands the importance of the game itself. That, England needed to win this game to go to St. Lucia 2-0 up. He would have been very disappointed yesterday, having cut that first ball down to third man and getting out in that fashion. But today you could see, he looked a little bit scratchy to start with, which you can expect for someone who's been out of the game for a little while. But once he started to get his range and his rhythm, he dictated where he wanted to hit the ball, whether he wanted to hit it in the air, along the ground, offside, leg side. I mean, it was a really commanding innings and well supported by Jacks. We've seen Jos Buttler for a long time, and we know that he's a top-class international player. He showed today, even coming back after such a long time, why he is such a dominant white ball player. And someone that really England needs to treasure, because he gave that team so much confidence. He could have been under pressure coming into there, having scored a duck, but wicket going on in the first ball made no difference. And the only thing he did wrong for me with his innings was when he got out, because he surely had 100 there for the taking.
Yeah, absolutely. Alex Tudor, he said actually coming into this series, he admitted that the way the World Cup went, England elected to change the coach. Quite often, that also means a change of captain as well. He wasn't sure that he was going to keep the role. Well, he has kept it on. It looks like there will be a slight tweak in the fact that he's not going to take the gloves, certainly as regularly. It might be the odd time he does so. And that's to help elongate his career. If today is an early indicator of it, it looks like England have made the right choice, if you like, to not do anything.
Yeah, listen, look, having Butler in your side, he's captain, but he's a world-class player. So I couldn't care less where he is. I mean, you need him playing. If he's keeping, it's an added bonus, but you've got Phil Salt, who's a very dangerous player and has done well in white ball cricket for a long while now, so you don't lose anything there. It's just where do you want to bat your best player. Obviously in franchise cricket, and he normally opens the batting, but we've got so many powerful batters. You can maybe say with that experience, you have him batting at free when you've got the likes of Salt and you've got Will Jacks. And the only disappointing thing for me today was that Jacksy didn't get a not out. For me, he gets 50 odd not out. The skipper would generally get his 100, and you come off winning with 9 wickets. And that is how ruthless sometimes you have to be at this level. But he got 38. He looked decent. He'll be disappointed with the way he got out. He just didn't quite get the elevation to get it up and over mid-off. And he'll be disappointed with that. But a decent start.
Jarrod Kimber, our king of numbers, is with us once again here on the talkSPORT Following On podcast. We're talking about Jos Buttler moving from opening the batting to number 3. Tudor said quite a few times that he likes the best player to be opening because you want your best player to face the most number of balls. I know you don't have the numbers in front of you, but what's your gut feel in terms of, is there much of a difference between opening and number 3? Are we going to see much difference, do you think, in Jos Buttler's point of view?
Look, I think I'd have to think of the amount of balls, but it's about 4 or 5 balls less per game. So that's kind of what Judes is talking about. I think Butler opening with Salt makes more sense, and Jacks coming in at 3, because I think Butler is probably a slightly better player of the new ball at the moment than Jacks. And we've seen him play in the IPL at number 3 as well. I know he's done it elsewhere, so I'm not saying he can't do it. But honestly, there's probably not a huge amount there, but you might also look at which player you think is more likely to maximize the power play. And these days, it's probably Jacks over Butler, and maybe that's how they're looking at it. But I don't think there's a huge error in either direction if they want to go there. And captains often, will give the younger player the more sweet position, won't they? So if that's the decision they've made, I think I'd back that up.
Right there. So England are 2-0 up. We've got 3 games to play. If the West Indies want to win the series, they've got to win all 3 of them. So the question is, how do they go about this? So, heads up, Roland, I'm coming to you on this one, because this is going to be a tricky one. The West Indies have got to find a way of getting in and winning 3 games there. How do they do it? I mean, the first thing I'm guessing is Alzari Joseph is going to be technically available because he got a 2-game suspension for flouncing off the field. as we've just been talking about, the West Indies bowling at the moment isn't great. Therefore, as the West Indies best seam bowler, presumably he's going to come straight back into the side, isn't he?
I suspect he will, and I think West Indies will need him because the bowling really lacks any sort of cutting edge. There's no pace in the bowling at all. It's very samey, and quite easy to bat against. He has to come back. Very fortunate, obviously, for me, as he really should have been out for the whole series. But that's another matter. He will come back, and obviously in St. Lucia, which is the quickest pitch in the Caribbean, he will be an asset. The question is going to be, will they take a chance on Shamar Joseph as far as pace is concerned? They probably will not, because he hasn't bowled that well in this series. But if there's some grass in the pitch, they may have to go that way. West Indies have been very reliant on the spin bowlers, and in the Caribbean, when the pitches are a little bit slow and turn a bit, the spinners have been very, very difficult to play against. Pitches we've had here in Barbados has been perfect to play against these spinners. The ball just coming on nicely, particularly in the evening, and really hasn't caused any concerns whatsoever for the batters. So if they don't get the fast bowling right, then England could easily win this series, probably 4-1 quite easily.
So Alzari Joseph to come back in. Shamar Joseph is also slippery in terms of pace. Would you potentially play both of those? And I'm thinking if it's the quickest pitch in the Caribbean, you probably then don't need three spinners, so maybe Roston Chase might miss out again. How are you going to get the pacers into the side?
Well, I think if you the team that played today, I think say Matthew Ford makes room for Zari Joseph. If you're going to bring Shamar Joseph in, as you said, you've either got to decide whether Chase or one of the spinners go in terms of Moti and Hosein. Chase, you may want to keep Chase because that also lengthens the batting, and it may be unfortunate that someone like Moti may have to go. But they can't have everything. They cannot play all three spinners in St. Lucia. I mean, that would be absolute madness, particularly the way the faster bowlers bowl in these matches here in Barbados. They were really very easy to play against. I mean, in fact, they were treated with disdain in both games. So I suspect that West Indies have got to up their pace attack for the next game.
I turn to Alex Tudor, sitting next to me on my right. From an England point of view, things are much happier. They can now think about how they want to go about it. To recap some news that we got earlier, in fact, right back at the start of the day from the toss. This time yesterday, we were very nervous about the news of Reece Topley, who went off, was really, really unhappy with things as it looked like he'd got a knee injury. What Jos Buttler said at the toss was actually overnight he's pulled up pretty well. He's not playing today, but it doesn't look like a serious problem. So he's now got a few days. England now can actually, from a position of strength, say, well, OK, we can look at a few things. I mean, potentially Turner, you've got Topley if he's ready to go in 4 days' time. Or you can say, do you know what, that worked really well, we're just going to roll out the same 11.
Well, I think as they move on to St. Lucia, there's three days, the next game's on Thursday, as you said, Macca, Normally with Archer, you would say, back-to-back games, they'll most probably give him rest. Well, you can say he's going to play the next game because he's got some time off, and then you unleash him again. Do you bring back Reece Topley? Saqib Mahmood is bowling well at the moment. 6 wickets in 2 games. He ain't going to want to stop. He wants to continue going it, because he's had a lot of injuries as well. He doesn't want to give someone else that opportunity. They're blessed at the moment. They've got very good people to come in if that's what they want to do, or do they say we're going to be ruthless and we just keep the same side and we go again? I can't really see them change around the batting. It's normally the bowling, unfortunately for us bowlers, that gets changed. Batters is sort of concrete. There's nothing changed there. They obviously like Jamie Overton, who can hit boundaries at the back end with 4 overs to go. It's a nice licence to have. He doesn't really have to bowl, and he can come in at number 8 and tee off. It's quite nice. And obviously, being tall as he is, he stands there at long on, and obviously with batters taken on long on on a regular occurrence, he's going to get opportunities. So I can't see much changing. You may want to rest. You could rest if it's a quick wicket rash, possibly, and give Turner a go, the young guy who's got some good pace and is exciting, and they want to unleash him. So maybe St Lucia's where they let him free.
Well, one thing nothing against the West Indies, but I would like England to have this series wrapped up with at least one game to spare, because that might mean we get Jaffa Jahan get a go, the young leg spinner. So it would be great to be able to describe his international debut, the youngster. But England are in a great position. As I say, they're 2-0 up with 2 dominant victories. They won the first game by 8 wickets with 19 balls to spare. They've won the second game by 7 wickets with 31 balls to spare, as Jos Buttler, the England captain, found some form. And then how? 83 not out from 45 balls, and England cruise to a 2-0 lead here on talkSPORT 2 and the talkSPORT Cricket YouTube channel. Mahmood is in, bowls right arm over. Oh, Brandon King's hit this straight up in the air. It's going to go about 60 metres up and about 30 metres long, and Liam Livingstone will take the catch. Archer gathered himself, sets off, and bowls edge, caught behind by Phil Salt. Now that was a beauty. Saqib running into bowl. Bit of width on that one. Lovely shot. Oh boy, Ruston Chase. Only one slip in plate as Saqib goes in this time. Straight takes Ruston Chase on the back leg. Appeals given out LBW. Livingstone around the wicket. Pooran comes down the pitch and misses it, and he's stumped by a yard. Livingstone is absolutely delighted. Salt makes no mistake, and Pooran has run past one. Livingston starts a new over. Oh, this one's too leg-sided. She's too pitched up. And Rodman Powell puts it onto the solo.